you. May we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Chair Hackman.
Present.
Vice Chair Rupervar.
Present.
Commissioner Chang.
Present.
Commissioner Lowing.
Present.
Commissioner Regdal.
Present.
Commissioner Suma.
Present.
Commissioner Templeton.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Our first order of business tonight is a ceremonial item, the recognition of Commissioner Michael Altech for his service to the Planning and Transportation Commission. Ms. Tanner, will you be taking the lead on this?
Certainly. And please do let me know if you can't hear me at any points. I'm getting a note that my internet is unstable. So thank you, commissioners, and thank you, I guess I should say former Commissioner Altech. We just want to take a moment to recognize your many years of service to the city of Palo Alto through service on the Planning and Transportation Commission. And I think do we have, Medina, a visual of the wonderful plaque and some little Palo Alto swag we're able to get for you. Again, it's a little bit awkward being in a virtual environment where normally we would be with you, we would be able to hand this to you and shake your hand and just say thank you in person, but we're not able to. So we're happy that we were able to provide a plaque, a few mementos from the city of Palo Alto, which really is just a small token representing the value of the service that you've provided to the residents of Palo Alto, to the staff of Palo Alto, and really is probably pretty trite considering the many years of service, the many evenings and hours you spent reading packets here in deliberation, and hopefully can still warm your heart a little bit and something that you can look at fondly as you remember your time here. Of course, you're still here in Palo Alto. We hope to maybe see you back at commission. Maybe we'll read some emails from you as we continue to make progress on important planning and transportation policy efforts here in the city. So you can see this here, City of Palo Alto presents to Michael Altech in recognition and appreciation for outstanding public service as Planning and Transportation Commissioner on July 23rd, 2012 to December 15th, 2021. Chairperson, September 11, 2013 to December 2014, and also February 2017 to November of 2017. So maybe something fun, I don't know if you're much on social media, but it sounds like you could almost do one of those 10-year challenges, but it'd be like, the 12-year challenge of what you looked like when you first started the commission. Hopefully we haven't aged you too much as you're stepping off of the commission. But we do really want to thank you for your service to the city and to the citizens and residents of Palo Alto. With that, I will just open the floor if any commissioners wanted to add anything. And just again, thank you, Commissioner Altech, and it's great to see your kids there as well, joining in a little bit.
Commissioners, any remarks any of you would like to make? Well, Commissioner Templeton.
Hi, I don't have any prepared remarks or anything, but I just wanted to say how much I appreciated former Commissioner Altech's expertise and kindness when I first joined the commission and helping me get up to speed and showing me the ropes of how the commission works. Really appreciated that. And it's been wonderful to get to know him over the course of the time we've served together. So thank you for all you've done and wishing you all the best. Thank you.
Commissioner Lowing.
Yes, I was trying to reflect over the last few days on what words came to mind when I thought about Michael, and I can't say all of them, but the ones that really come to mind, all kidding aside, is first of all passion about what you believe in and how you tackled issues, and that's a real good thing. That's a real good thing for commissioners to have in support of residents. And the second one may be redundant, but it's not inapplicable, and that is just your amazing knowledge. And I don't say that with respect to your legal knowledge, which is immense, but your accumulated knowledge of how the city works and how everything works, and certainly your historical knowledge. So as our historian, you'll be hard to replace given the seniority, I think, which is now actually me and Doria. So We can't make that up in a couple of years. So thanks for that service.
Vice Chair Rivera.
I also don't have prepared comments, but, Commissioner Altech, thank you, for everything that you've brought to the table, from your kindness when I first joined, to your expertise and knowledge, to the passion you bring to the table, and for always challenging us and people to, think differently and pushing us to approach things differently. Thank you.
I will confess that it was hard to wrap my mind around the guy who shaves the sides of his head being our elder statesman, but those are the facts. In the 2 years that I shared the dais with you, I've admired your preparedness and your passion to articulate forcefully at times an inclusive vision for Palo Alto and its citizens, both current and future. It's been an honor to serve with you, Michael. Commissioner Chang.
I don't have prepared remarks either, but I just wanted to thank you, Commissioner Altech, for the advice that you gave me when I joined just a few months ago. And also, I just really appreciate the insight that you offer with many of your comments, and they're very valuable. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other hands, Commissioner Altech, you elected to provide your sort of parting remarks at the end of our last meeting. Is there anything?
No, I don't.
Final brief message.
I would refer to those remarks, for the, I think for any that didn't hear it, I would love for you guys to listen to those remarks. But I wish you and all of the commissioners success. I think the short takeaway from my previous remarks was that this is the advisory body that is dealing with, or is most closely dealing with, the housing crisis, which is probably one of the biggest challenges the state of California has right now. And so I hope that you have greater success in your terms moving forward with tackling that challenge. And I really appreciate the comments made tonight and working with each of you. And I promise to make excellent use of all my future Wednesday evenings. And I hope that you guys do too. So thanks again. And thanks to everyone at staff. I'll just say this, it's been a short time together with Rachel Tanner, but Amy and French and I have gone back a long time, and there were a lot of great people that work at the city that I've had a chance to work with, and just shy of 10 years seems like forever. So I appreciate everyone at the headquarters, and I appreciate their help getting me ready for these meetings as well. Thank you guys, and good luck.
Thank you. I'll give you a
Thank you,
silent round of
Michael.
applause.
We'll now move on to oral communications. This section is for the public to speak on items not on tonight's agenda. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. On the Zoom app, there is a raise hand button on the bottom of your screen. If you are dialing in from a phone, please press *9. Ms. Klicheva, do we have any public speakers for oral communication?
I don't see any raised hands at the moment.
We will move then to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Commissioners, staff, I have none. Do any of you have any?
Staff does not have any changes or deletions.
Tanner? And we will move to city official reports. Right back to you, Ms. Tanner.
Thank you, Chair Heckman. Commissioners, good to be with you this evening on our first meeting of this new year, 2022. We are beginning our third year of remote hearings, but we don't know if we'll have a full year of remote hearings. I think what I'll focus my updates on for your benefit and for those listening and for those you may know in terms of COVID-19 updates, we all know that Omicron has really become the dominant strain, quite the surge, unfortunately, nationwide. We're looking at, more hospitalizations than ever, and just a very contagious version of the virus spreading very quickly. So just want to encourage folks to get boosted if you haven't already, to get vaccinated if you haven't already, as two of the ways that we can really best protect ourselves from severe illness or hospitalization. And of course, to get tested. Now, tests have been in short supply, and there's been discussions about that. The city does, through a couple partners, Curative and other companies, have testing on Tuesdays at Mitchell Park Library. It is from 9 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Again, 9 a.m. to 2:30 at Mitchell Park Library. You can schedule an appointment for those tests, and walk-ups may be unavailable because of high demand. So we do encourage folks to try to schedule an appointment, and you can schedule that up to 4 days early. You can find more information and a link to the test scheduling application on the city's website, cityofpaloalto.org. If you go to the calendar, it's also on the homepage, the landing page there. Also, because of the surge right now, the Planning and Development Services Department has curtailed our in-person meetings right now. Customers who are looking to file applications, have questions, want to talk about a current application they have on file, can still schedule a virtual appointment. And they can find that again, cityofpaloalto.org, and going to the Planning and Development Services webpage there, you can schedule a virtual appointment where you can talk by phone or by video conference with staff. And so we're going to do that through the rest of January. When we get to January 31st, which is that Monday, we'll kind of see where things are and possibly open up our in-person appointments again. But again, right now, just out of an abundance of caution, and really, as you may have heard, trying not to overwhelm our hospital systems further and our healthcare systems further by trying to kind of blunt that steep up curve of Omicron. So, and then of course, if you do feel ill, please don't go anywhere. Please stay home and get tested and see what's going on as the symptoms keep growing. Pretty much anything, it seems like right now, could possibly be a symptom of COVID. And so you just want to make sure, if you're not feeling well, to just stay home and try to take care. And then also, please do wear masks when you're out in public places. We do hope that possibly in February or March, we'll look to the council for leadership on that we may resume in-person meetings. But I think, as has been par for the course, let's just take it meeting by meeting, and we'll certainly give you plenty of notice before we begin in-person planning commission hearings. We do have a special meeting next week. We don't usually meet, but we're going to be meeting next week on January 19th, and then also the following Wednesday. So pretty full January for you all. And then lastly, I'll just say the city did select a new mayor and vice mayor. The mayor is Pat Burt. The vice mayor is Lydia Koo. And the council will be holding a retreat on Saturday, February 5th. So if you're interested, virtual, but again, we'll continue to monitor things. You can tune in, and the council will be, among other things, selecting the council priorities for the coming year. So that's the report that I have right now, but again, open to any questions on this or other topics that the commissioners might have.
Thank you, Ms. Tanner. Commissioner Chang.
Yeah, I just wanted to note, not so much a question, but it looks like there's some typos in the meeting dates where they all say 2021 instead of 2022. So we want to make sure that we properly publish our calendar.
Yes, we can certainly get into the next year. 2021's in the rearview mirror. Thank you for noting that.
Any other questions of staff on the official reports? Seeing none, we move now into our next agenda item, a study session, agenda item number 3. It's a study session to review the city's 2023 through 2031 housing element update progress. May we have a staff report, please?
Yes, we shall. And we have Claire Campbell, our manager of our long-range planning team, and Tim Wong, our senior housing planner. Of course, we're very lucky that one of the working group members, Commissioner Lowing, is here as well. So we can also pepper him with questions if we need to. So I'm going to hand it over to Claire and Tim to take it away.
Okay, good evening. Again, my name is Tim Wong, Senior Planner, and I'll be giving tonight's presentation. And let's not forget Commissioner Reckdahl, who is also on the Housing Element Working Group. So congratulations, Commissioner Reckdahl. So before I begin on the presentation, I would like just to point out a few minor corrections to the staff report. So on packet page 13 with the GM and ROLM discussion, would like to revise some of those numbers. If you go to the very last paragraph, talks about the GM and ROLM yields. Instead of 1,144 units for the GM zone, it's 654 units. And instead of 1,435 units in the ROLM zone sites, it's 902 for a total of 1,556 units, which is part of the title. So if you can make that quick change. And lastly, another minor on packet page 14 under staff suggested sites. On the second to last sentence in that staff suggested sites paragraph, it should say 116 units instead of 127. I know it's a reduction in units, but don't worry, after this presentation, we still have plenty of units to go around to meet our RENA. So
can you just repeat that one, the second one again?
Sure. On packet page 14, under the staff suggested sites discussion, on the second to last sentence, it says based on 40 units per acre and yields, and your staff report says 127 units, it should say 116. So apologize for any confusion in regards to those numbers. Okay. So I'll go ahead and get started with my presentation. And once again, good evening. Tonight, I'll be presenting the city's progress towards updating the housing element for the planning period of 2023 through 31. And so next slide, please. And so just a quick description. What is a housing element? The housing element is one of the 7 mandated elements in a general plan, or better known as the comprehensive plan in Palo Alto. And it is the city's strategic plan, if you will, for housing for the next 8 years. And it is also the only element that requires approval by the state of the 7 mandated elements. Next slide. And so what are the objectives of the housing element? It's to provide housing or accommodate housing for all income levels. Also developing housing for developing housing that's affordable to all, removes unreasonable governmental barriers for housing development. That is more addressed in the policies and programs of the housing element. It's also to preserve and improve existing affordable housing and ensure equal housing opportunities for all. The last one is the most recent objective the state has included as part of a housing element. Next slide. And so what does the housing element cover? It is responsible for identifying adequate sites that are zoned to accommodate the jurisdiction's fair share, and that's better known as the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA for short, which I'll be touching upon later. It looks at programs and policies to promote housing opportunities, including housing for special needs population and other special populations or underrepresented populations also. And also it meets the again, since this is the only element that requires approval from the state, it has to meet specific housing element requirements to obtain state approval. So next slide. And so what is the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA for short? for short, it's basically a city's or jurisdiction's fair share of housing for future housing needs. And so it all starts from the top. The state does their determination to project what the future housing needs are for the next 8 years. And what they do is they assign a regional government, in our instance, ABAG. They have assigned ABAG a specific number of housing units that ABAG is responsible for allocating. And just to let you know, ABAG recently concluded their allocation process, and they finalized the RHNA numbers as of December of last year. And as part of that, as ABAG has done their allocation to all the jurisdictions within their purview, we must take that allocation and accommodate that in our housing element. So next slide, please. So at the bottom, you can see the city's allocation is 6,086 units for the 2023 planning to 2031 planning period, otherwise known as the sixth cycle. Our current housing element, or the fifth cycle, which runs 2015 through 2023, we received a little under 2,000 units. But as you can see, our sixth cycle allocation is well, 3 times greater than our current housing allocation. And in addition, as one of the objectives is to provide for all socioeconomic households or residents, our RHNA is broken down into 4 income categories, as you can see. Next slide. And so at this point, I would like to talk about the working group's progress in terms of site selection. And also, this presentation is as we will be coming back to the PTC on February 9th for your formal review. This is I think, an excellent foundation for the PTC to be caught up as part of the site selection process. But next slide, please. So the working group has been busy in identifying adequate sites to meet our city's RHNA, and it has been a process that has basically the working group has been working since June. And how we approach the site selection process is initially staff provided the working group a number of site selection strategies that ran the gamut of introducing housing in a potential site selection strategy of introducing residences in areas where there previously has not been residential, such as open space, parking lots, or even to the other end is maybe upzoning existing residential areas. And so based on that set of strategies, which the PTC received as I believe attachment A of the staff report, the working group went through and prioritized it and selected its preferred strategies, which of those strategies they decided to pursue. But as part of the strategies, the working group was very supportive of protecting any low density zoned districts or neighborhoods. That is one of the things that they emphasized. And to let you know, of all these strategies, there are no proposals to upzone R1 or any other low density zoned districts in the city. And you'll see that through the maps also. And then the working group, as part of its preferred strategies, started identifying sites. And we are at the point where the working group has identified sufficient sites. And now we're just going through the formal approval process, if you will, so that then the PTC can also act upon the working group's approvals. Next slide. And so here is a snapshot, or this is the working group progress as to date. And you can see there's a lot of numbers and a lot of different rows of information. But what I will do is I will go later in the presentation, I will explain each one of those rows and what they mean. But with this slide, I wanted to show you, if you could look in the third column, if you will, arena allocation is 6,086 units. And the next row is a no net loss buffer. The state requires that we have no net loss. In other words, we cannot specifically plan up to 6,086 units. We have to provide a buffer. So if any site on the housing inventory site develops less than the projected yield of units on that site, there is a buffer to help maintain the city's inventory to stay above 6,086 units. So actually the working group, what the work is, and so we calculated the buffer at 10%, which we used for the current housing element. So we decided to use the same methodology for this upcoming housing element. And so overall, we had to plan for about 67 or identify sites to accommodate approximately 6,700 units. And again, just to note, these rows that are in red, these are strategies that the working group has already approved. And you can see their associated unit yields under the column that says proposed working group list 12 to 21. Thank you, Claire. And again, I'll go through each of those rows individually. Next slide, please. And these are strategies that the working group will consider tomorrow night at their meeting. And as you can see, the total unit yield, if all these strategies are approved, is over 7,100 units, which is still, we've identified sites to accommodate over 400 more additional units than what is necessary. And this is including the 10% buffer. So we're still kind of working through what to do with those additional units. And I want to just note that these numbers right now are a snapshot in time. These numbers are fluid. They may change here and there. Don't anticipate any significant adjustments, but it could be as we continue to review the sites might come off and sites might come back on. And so just wanted to say for now, these are the numbers as a snapshot in time. Next slide. And so this very busy map shows all the sites proposed throughout the city. And just to highlight, the yellow are all the areas in the city that are low density residential. And I apologize, it's a very small map, but that's just a summary of all the proposed sites based on their respective strategies. So next slide. So starting with the first strategy, if you will, which was pipeline units. HCD allows jurisdictions to use current and approved land use applications, those in the planning pipeline, to be applied towards its RENA. And that also can include approved building permits as long as those units are estimated not to receive certificate of occupancy by June of 2022. If they receive C of O prior to June of 22, those would be applied to our current RENA as opposed to our sixth cycle RENA count. And based on our pipeline, it would yield about 515 residential units. But just to let you know, this number has even changed as we've received planning application. So again, to emphasize the fluidity of some of these numbers. Next slide. Also, we can apply ADU production towards our RENA. And HCD says that we need to use our 3-year average in order to help calculate what our ADU production is. So as you can see, this is our 3-year production, 2019 through 2021, which gives us an average of about 64 units over that per year for that 3-year span. And we can multiply it by 8 years, which is the planning period. So therefore 8 times 64 yields 512 units. So that 512 can also be applied towards our arena. And then another strategy is looking at those sites that already allow for multifamily at the highest density. So for example, we combed the city for more RM40 sites and also CS sites that, again, already allow density at the highest in the city. And so based on that, we were able to identify an additional 461 units. I just want to touch that these 461 units also includes units that we have used for this 5th cycle or current housing element. And we have used, rolled over or carried over 40 of those sites. And a new state requirement is if we do carry over sites from previous housing elements, we must put a by right requirement on those sites, where if somebody comes in that proposes a 20% affordability as part of the project on one of these 40 carryover sites, then again, it's a by right component, no environmental review, and only design review using objective standards. And again, there are 40 carryover sites as part of this particular strategy. Next slide. And this is, again, a map showing the proposed sites or identified sites. And I understand the maps are small, but we'll also post this and the maps on our housing element website at paloaltohousingelement.com. And you can download or expand these maps to get a clearer picture. Again, the yellow highlights low density residential zoning districts. So next slide. And so the first strategy that the working group approved was looking at upzoning current zoning districts. So increasing the CN zone by 10 dwelling units per acre, and then also looking at upzoning RM30, CC, and CS to the maximum allowable, if you will, in Palo Alto. And based on that upzoning strategy, we were able to identify sites that would yield over 1,600 units. And the next slide please, shows the map of those proposed sites. Next slide, please. And the second strategy is also looking at upzoning units that are within a certain radius of the city's 2 Caltrain stations. So if it's a half a mile, anything, a 10-minute walking distance, anything within a half mile to a quarter mile, it was proposed to upzone to 40 dwelling units per acre. And anything within a quarter acre, not a quarter acre, a quarter mile of the Caltrain station, pardon for that error, we would upzone to 50 dwelling units per acre. And based on that strategy, almost 800 units would be yielded, if you will, from this strategy. And here's a map. There are some upzone proposed for the San Antonio, but a large majority are for Caltrain and the downtown train station. Next. And another strategy the working group preferred was to look at transit corridors, in other words, high frequency bus routes, and upzoning up to 40 dwelling units per acre there with a yield of 274 units. Next slide. And as you can see, it's mostly along the El Camino corridor, and those are within a half a mile of the bus route. The fourth is also looking at using faith-based institutions for multifamily housing. And the proposal or the strategy was to, again, allow multifamily housing on underutilized existing or vacant portions or parking lots of faith-based institutions. Using that, and with this strategy, we specifically looked at faith-based institutions where the parking lot was greater than half an acre. And we identified, I believe, 5 or 6 faith-based institutions with that criteria. And that gave us a yield at 148 units. And those are the identified faith-based institutions. With this and also upzoning to 50 dwelling units per acre, those will require potential rezones for those particular strategies. And those were all the strategies that the working group has approved. And again, I mentioned that tomorrow they will complete the site selection progress by reviewing the remaining strategies. So next slide. The first is city-owned parking lots. As you know, the council already directed to start exploring parking lots for residential development, but the working group had been discussing using parking lots previous, and we looked at larger city-owned parking lots, again, greater than a half an acre, that could accommodate multifamily housing. And again, this is still under discussion with the working group, but with that approach, we would yield 168 units. Next slide. And those are the proposed parking lots. There are 4 in the downtown area and 2 for Cal Ave. Slide is, this wasn't a preferred strategy from the working group, but it was actually a working group member's suggestion to include genuine manufacturing as part of the housing inventory list. And currently in GM, residential units or residential uses are not permitted. They had been previously. And so this proposal would reintroduce residential units. And using a minimum density of 40 dwelling units per acre, that would yield 654 units. And then also another suggestion was to look at ROLM zoned sites, since ROLM already allows for residential with a conditional use permit, and identifying those sites has another projected yield of 902 units. Next slide. And here are where the proposed sites would be, mostly in the corner of the city. What is it? The southeastern corner of the city. Next slide. In addition, one of the areas we looked at was Stanford University, but just for reference, yes, everyone understands that Stanford University owns large parcels of land or a number of acres. However, a number of those parcels are under long-term leases. About 93%, I believe, of Stanford properties are under these long-term leases where the leaseholder has basic control over the land. But as part of it, Stanford University proposed 3 sites under their direct control that would be good potential housing sites. They are a vacant property on Pasteur Drive on the corner of Pasteur and Sandhill, the Palo Alto Transit Center or 27 University, and 3128 El Camino Real, which is the McDonald's on El Camino. And again, these 3 sites were proposed because they are under direct control. And the Stanford University representatives gave a presentation that said under certain assumptions, minimum of 5 stories of residential above 2 stories of parking, using above ground parking because underground parking is fairly expensive, and also potentially some parking ratio reductions. With those assumptions in place, looking at these 3 sites, it could yield a total of 825 units on those 3 properties. And I believe you received a breakdown of what those are, but the vacant property on Pasteur could potentially yield 225 units, Palo Alto Transit Center, 180 units, and the El Camino site would be 425 for a total of 825 units. Next slide. In addition, as not part of the Stanford proposal, but there are other Stanford-owned properties that are still currently in the mix. 3,300 El Camino Real with a unit yield of 92 units. That had been included because there had been a developer proposal for residential units on that site in the past. And also, we're looking at potentially adding residential units to the Palo Alto Square property, that 15-acre site. City staff is in current discussions with the leaseholder at Palo Alto Square, and that could also have a potential of 300 to 400 units. Again, it's fluid, and if there is developer interest or leaseholder interest, those units would certainly be added to the list of sites. And then lastly, there are some staff suggested sites, table 2 of your staff report to show what those sites are. But those sites were included because those have had past planning applications for residential uses, mostly pre-screens, but that does show developer interest on the site. And that is what HCD is looking at. They're looking at sites with potential redevelopment. And if we can show sites that have previous developer interest, that would also help with the city's case to HCD. And that would yield 116 units, not the 127 as outlined in the staff report. And actually, the working group did such a great job of identifying sites to accommodate units. They have identified over sites that will accommodate probably over 2,400 units more than needed as part of the city's RENA. So what we've started to do is put those less HCD defensible sites on a reserve list, and the reserve list could be used for future RENA, or if we need to take more sites to boost our reserve for whatever reason, the reserve list would be a great source of potential future sites. And so, because what we don't want to do is present to HCD more units than really needed, because in the past, such as that carryover by right requirement, we're not sure what the state may do about sites that have been identified in current and future housing elements. So to avoid any potential additional requirements, that's why we're proposing the reserve list. And it will not be included as part of the housing element. Next. And so here is that same map, and with the explanation of each of the rows of strategies, you can see where there are some strategies where we have proposed to put some of those units in that reserved list, and others that no units will be placed on the reserve list. And next slide. Again, you can see that if approved with all these different strategies, there will be enough sites to accommodate 7,100 units, which is still approximately 430 units additional than what is necessary. So the 427 and the 2,000, again, the working group has done such a great job to identify all these sites to accommodate these units. Next slide. And again, here's the same map, just showing all the different sites with their respective strategies. And next slide. And so what are the next steps? As mentioned, the working group is slowly, it will complete the site selection process at tomorrow's meeting. And so next slide, please. What the working group will be working on and over these next few meetings is starting to look at housing policies and programs. In January, you can see finalizing sites. They're also going to start being introduced to, you can see that acronym AFFH, which is affirmatively furthering fair housing requirements. It's quite the mouthful. But that is a new state requirement that has to be considered as part of any housing element. And so we'll start introducing that to the working group. And as you can see, here we are with the PTC and the HE housing element update. February, we're going to focus on, the working group will focus on policies and programs, and we're also going to have a housing development 101, which will be developer presentations about basic housing, multifamily housing development, and potentially their experiences in developing in Palo Alto. And based on their experiences, we can tailor some of potential policies and programs to address some of those issues, if any, in their experience. And as you can see, again, February 9th, we will be coming back to the PTC for their formal review of sites. March, we'll be finalizing the housing policies and programs with the working group. And April is when we start preparing the administrative draft. City Council will consider PTC's formal recommendations about sites. And then the PTC will also be considering the working group's policies and programs that they have recommended. So as you can see, next 4 months, a lot of moving parts in regards to the housing element. And next slide. I will show, this is just a very busy slide, but it's showing the overall project schedule. And as you can see on the original schedule, the bottom half of the slide, we had originally proposed to finish all the rezones and get the housing element adopted by January of 2023, which is the statutory deadline for adoption of housing elements in the Bay Area. However, in September of last year, the state passed additional housing element requirements that really blew up our original update schedule. And you can see in the revised, this is just basically to show that it has elongated our update schedule, and the ramifications here are we will not be able to complete our rezones by January of 2023. And what we're going to attempting to do in March of 23 is for the city council to adopt the housing element without the rezones. What we're hoping to get from HCD is something known as substantial compliance if we rezone in the future. And then once we rezone, we will have full certification by HCD. And so with that being said, next slide. This is a heads up to more towards the PTC. And so again, February of 2022, the PTC will be doing a formal review of housing element sites. April, PTC will be looking at policies and programs. And May, the council will be also looking at policies and programs, so that by June of 2022, we hope to release the administrative draft, which requires a 30-day review. And in February of 2023, we're looking at formal PTC review of the entire housing element, with it going to council in March. And again, because we are planning to do the rezoning post council adoption of the housing element, estimate that we'll probably be bringing back the rezones for the housing element to the PTC in April of 2023. And with substantial compliance being obtained from HCD in May of 2023, the council completing their review of rezoning to be able to tell HCD by August of 2023 that we have rezoned those sites that we said we have rezoned. And hopefully that will be the last step to gaining HCD certification. Next slide. And so that basically concludes staff's presentation about the housing element update as of January of 2022. We do have a project webpage at www.paloaltohousingelement.com. That's where all the housing element update information is housed, pardon the pun. There you can look at past working group meetings, past PTC, in addition to ad hoc, as well as any really important information about housing elements. And so once again, that concludes staff's presentation. I know it's a lot of information. Welcome any questions or comments from the PTC.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wong, for that detailed report. Questions of staff from the commission before we go to public comment? Commissioner Chang, followed by Vice Chair Rupavar.
First off, thank you, Mr. Wong, for that presentation, and thank you to all of staff and the housing element for all the work that you've done. I can see that since the last time this was agendized for the PTC, but that we weren't able to discuss, that there's been a lot of forward progress. So it's just amazing to see how much work has been done, and it's been really good work. So I had a question about how is the determination made for something to be targeted for a particular income level? So when I looked at the attachment B that said like the Palo Alto full sites inventory, there's a column that says income level, I think, or something like that, income category. And so I was wondering how the housing element working group makes a determination for which site should be targeted for a particular income category.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Chang, for that question. What we use is we use HCD criteria. So HCD considers a site appropriate for low-income housing if it's the parcel is larger than half an acre and it's zoned at a default density of greater than 30 dwelling units per acre. And so that's how we distinguish between extremely low income sites with moderate and above moderate sites. And so throughout the presentation, I was mentioning that half acre because that's one of the criteria appropriate for low income housing.
Great, thank you, super helpful. Relatedly, I know that HCD requires that a site is, quote, suitable and available, unquote, for residential development. And I was wondering what does that mean in practice?
Another great question. In regards to suitable and available, understanding that the city has no vacant land, I think maybe 0.5% of all sites in Palo Alto are vacant. So what we look at is redevelopment potential for those sites. And as part of that, we use what is known as the ILR, the improvement to land ratio based on assessed records. And if it has an ILR of less than 1.5, which means that the land improvements are less than 1.5 times the assessed value of the land, we consider that, and this has been an HCD approved methodology, that it's appropriate or it's a good candidate for redevelopment. Because if it had an ILR of, let's say, 5, which means the improvements are 5 times the value of the land, they're not going to redevelop because of the value of the improvements. So that was one criteria that we used to argue suitable and available. And also part of the available, we need to argue that there have been trends of Palo Alto redeveloping from lower to higher densities. And so this trend kind of permeates through a lot of these sites. And so it's more piecemealing all these different arguments to document that these sites are suitable and available. But those are some examples of how staff will provide that proof.
Thank you. Super enlightening. I mean, I saw that it was one of the criteria, but this is helpful, really helpful for me to understand. I had a question about sort of the strategies on packet page 19. So I'm just curious about the process that the Housing Element Working Group went through. Did the working group ever consider strategies 13 and 14, that is to allow mixed use residential anywhere office is currently allowed, and also to allow mixed use residential anywhere where retail is currently allowed? I'm just curious what the process was and kind of where those fell out on the relative list of priorities for strategies.
Okay, well, with we did kind of touch upon strategies 13 and 14 by looking at because some of the other strategies, strategy number 1, upzoning, we looked at solely residential, but we also looked at mixed use, some areas where retail is allowed, and we did incorporate some of those sites. And so, and I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, but there are no retail exclusive sites. So anywhere basically where retail is allowed, if it met the other criteria, was we felt appropriate for inclusion as part of the housing sites inventory. And where mixed use residential or office is currently allowed, that kind of touched upon what maybe not directly addressed, but including the GM zoned to reintroduce residential, kind of falls in nicely with strategy 13. And I will say our housing working group members, allowing Keith and Ed, feel free to chime in at any time, but those are some of, we did discuss them, and they kind of got folded in organically.
And then I can also maybe just add to that. I think the working group actually kind of took a vote. I think we voted for which ones they took a vote to see which ones were the priority ones. And that's where things landed with that discussion and that vote.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask the question just because I've heard a lot of buzz of about, COVID and fewer people in offices and office housing imbalance. So I wanted to ask that question about, I'm just wondering, where that landed, and that's very helpful context. Thanks. And then finally, my last question is regarding all the Stanford Research Park, land with long leases. Is there anything that we can do about that? Particularly, we know that there's going to be another housing element in 8 years, and that area just seems ripe. It's just perfect because then you have jobs and houses co-located and people don't have to commute, and it could be so great, and there's so much land there. Just wondering, is there anything that can be done? Is there anything that the housing element group has come up with?
In some ways, we elected to use the low-hanging fruit of the Stanford Research Park and looking at Palo Alto Square and along El Camino. At this point, we didn't really explore looking into other areas. We did have discussions with Stanford University representatives, but because of the type of leases that Stanford does, and the outreach that would be required to talk to each of the leaseholders, since they're basically in control, felt that it might be because of the logistics, this time frame. We're already starting pretty early, but I think the logistics of that time frame may be a little too short to get all that in place for this housing element.
Sure, that makes a
So,
lot of sense.
yeah.
I'm just hoping that we start now for the next housing element.
Absolutely. This won't be the last housing element, and
Right,
it won't
because
be
if
the
we-
last
because it-
RENA. Who
Right,
knows?
because the next RENA is going to have another 7,000, or if we're going to, use the same percentage increase, it's going to be some astronomical number, and we have to dip into that area. And I think we have to start those discussions now. All right, thank you. That's it for me.
Vice Chair Rupavar, followed by Commissioner Suma.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone's work in the working group. Thank you, Mr. Wong, for a great presentation. I was looking at the ADUs that were, the anticipated ADU production for RENA, the numbers for RENA based off of current permits and extrapolating and projecting. And I was thinking about SB 9 and lot splits and whether those, the same kind of analogous analysis could be applied. And have you thought about that, or how does that fold into things? I do know that SB 9 lot splits is relatively new legislation; they're hard to do. Do those count for RENA? Was it discussed? Just generally, what are your thoughts about that?
Yes, at the working group meetings, SB 9, thank you very much for that question. SB 9 was discussed. I think in regards to applying it towards our RENA, where we haven't gotten any direction from HCD in regards to SB 9, but everyone is thinking that it would be very similar to ADUs. It has to be a history of showing whether it be lot splits or ADU production permitting. And so I think for this housing element, there may not be enough history because it is so relatively new. And I know we can argue about I believe it's the Turner study that says 5% of the units could be, but all the housing planners are speculating HCD would probably not accept that type of argument. So maybe for the next housing element, but it's too new for this current update.
Got it. Thank you. That's it.
Mr. Suma.
Thank you very much. Thank you, staff and working group. This seems like really great work done super efficiently, actually. So good work there. And thank you for the commissioner's previous questions that covered some of mine. I did have a couple specific questions about some of the strategies. And strategy 2 and 3, the corridors and Caltrain circles, basically. When those areas also include the low density residential areas, then those densities wouldn't include to that portion of the corridor or the circle around the train stations, or would they? I
think, are you saying, just to clarify, there are single family residences interspersed through those areas, but those are not proposed to be rezoned. It's only those parcels or districts that already allow for multifamily, and we would just upzone those areas.
Okay, that's what I thought based on what you said, but I was just getting clarification. And then the faith-based parking lots, I was wondering, when you established these, I think it was 5 or something like that, did you actually talk to the institutions and they have excess parking, or they can use some other parking at what details of that?
Thank you very much for that question. We are about to send out a letter to all the property owners who they're being proposed to be upzoned or allow residential uses, specifically the GM zone property owners and faith-based institutions will receive this letter saying it's being proposed that we introduce multifamily residential on your property, just to give them a heads up. And so that will be going out shortly. And then following up in regards to parking, there is a new state law that allows faith-based institutions to develop their parking lots without having to replace. There are certain parameters, but that's the general gist of that requirement. So this would kind of dovetail with that strategy.
Okay, thank you for that. And then, the city parking lots. I'm familiar with the proposal by ARB members Peter Balte and David Hirsch for the downtown location, which was to retain the parking from the parking lot and build it up above it. Would that be the same basic model for the rest of the garages?
That was a discussion amongst the working group about, we don't want to lose additional parking. And so it would, at this point, we're not necessarily conditioning all those sites, whether they be affordable units, whether you must replace the parking. I think that will proceed as the city develops their RFPs based on a council direction. I think the general consensus would be supportive of, no loss of parking. Any development would need to retain the existing as well as provide parking for any new residences. So that would all be, I guess, part of the mix as the city starts to solicit for RFPs.
Okay, thanks for that. And I think that's it. And once again, great work and done really efficiently and quickly, it seems.
Mr. Lowey.
Yes, I thought I'd comment before we go to public comment a little bit on the structure of this. All of these units that have been brought forth so far are basically, think of it as a capacity analysis. There are no projects connected to this at all. We weren't even supposed to look at projects, and it was kind of hard not to because everyone wanted to get to that. But we intentionally went away from that. And so what that means is, for example, pick one of these categories. When this comes to PTC, if we decide that Rome isn't an appropriate place because we need light manufacturing, we can make that judgment and incorporate that into a PTC recommendation. I picked Rome out of the air, by the way. I'm not standing for that. And say, we don't think we should do that. And we look at it and say, whoop, those 400 units are gone. And now we have to find another area where we can do more density or whatever. So there's just tons of flexibility here, and we're not at the project level yet. That's coming up soon. And I think that's going to be a harder assignment, actually, to kind of get this thing going forward. And similarly, of course, as we know, anything that we recommend to council can also be changed. So if we say Rome's a great idea and they say, no, that's a bad idea, then they would take that act. So there's a lot of gates to go through. And at this point, we're just trying to get to how many units that we think we could get out of appropriate parcels. And that's what Tim and staff have driven and have done a really good job with that. And their interaction with all of the various elements of the working group has been really terrific. So it was one of those, it takes a village, and that's why we are where we are. That's all.
Mr. Rectal, jump in, the water's fine.
Yeah, just to follow up on Ed's point, this will be going to council, right? And we want to make sure, the working group wants to make sure that, and I guess PTC too, that we give council some flexibility, because there's going to be some sites there that they don't like. And if we just give them the bare minimum with no flexibility, then if they want to throw stuff off, they haven't been in the weeds looking at these sites, they're not familiar with them. So we really do have to give them the flexibility to give them extra sites so they can X off the ones they don't like and end up with something that everyone's happy with.
See no further commission questions of staff. I'm going to move us into the public comment on this item. So we'll open the floor for public comment. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. On the Zoom app, there's a raise hand button on the bottom of your screen. If you are dialing in from a phone, please press *9. Ms. Klacheva, are there any public speakers for this item?
Right now, I don't see any raised hands.
All right, I do see 13 people in attendance.
Participants.
So talking slowly to see if anybody is moving their cursor toward that raised hand. And I'm not seeing any raised hands, so we'll conclude public comment then, and I'll bring it back to the commission for discussion. And to tee that up, Mr. Wong, this is a study session, so we're not looking for a motion in finite direction, but are there things that staff on behalf of itself and the working group are looking to come away from this study session with that the commissioners can focus on?
I think this is to provide a jumping off point for the PTC, if you will, in anticipation to the February meeting. But certainly if there are any questions, we want to address them now. And also if there are anything that you think that may significantly change from what the working group has done, as not a misdirection, if you will, but a change in directions, those type of things, I think would be greatly appreciated at this point, because we really want to hear from the PTC in anticipation of the February meeting. So just any information that we can provide to you or respond to make the February meeting a little more smooth. Yeah.
Ms. Tanner, were you saying something? She looks like
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Yeah, everyone went silent. Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Now we can't hear you.
Tim, I just have kind of understanding in terms of just if there's any feedback that you would like to see when this comes back, a strategy that's not included, a site that's not there, something that you think should be added or taken away now.
Okay, we got a little bit of that, and then she went silent again. So let's move. If she reestablishes a good connection, we can have her say more. But let's go to the commission discussion. I see Commissioner Chang's hand, followed by Commissioner Suma. Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Chair. So it's not that I don't think that these sites are appropriate. It's that I have a concern around the GM and the ROLM zone sites, mainly because there are so many units currently slated for that area, and it's a very concentrated it's a little corner of Palo Alto. And so it just raises a bunch of issues in my mind that I'm not quite sure what the process is for addressing the issues, but they center primarily on two issues. One is kind of transportation, traffic, and the associated safety concerns, and schools. So regarding the ROLM sites, those ones are my primary concern, because they're even more concentrated than the GM. And it's a lot of density in there. I think it was 654 units, which is like, if you assume that there's about 25,000 units right now in Palo Alto. That would be 3% of all of Palo Alto that would be jamming into that little area, which looks like a 4x4 block area. I mean, maybe I'm wrong with the math, but it is very dense there. I don't have a problem with the density per se, but we did see traffic studies, car counts actually done for the South Palo Alto Bikeways project. And for that, certain sections of East Meadow had only 800 cars a day. And parts of Fabian have 4,000 cars a day. So if you're introducing an additional, 650 households there, it could cause like doubling of the traffic in some areas. And the streets that will be impacted, I imagine, will be things like Loma Verde, East Meadow, and Charleston, which are big commuting routes for our students. And they're already somewhat dangerous. So that's just something I just think we need to plan for the transportation demands there. The roads aren't necessarily set up to suddenly have an additional 3% of Palo Alto going through those areas, right? The other concern, once you add in the GM areas, both of those are really close to the San Antonio, Charleston 101 area. And we all know what a mess that area is. Like if you go in that area, anytime between 7 and 10 a.m. or 3 to 7 p.m., it's a zoo there. And we know that the intersections, the San Antonio and Charleston one is very dangerous for pedestrians and bikes. And so it's dangerous in general. There's accidents there all the time. So my concern is that it's already a congested area. And if we add 1,500 units, basically that are all gonna have to go through there, that's like a quarter of what we're adding to Palo Alto for this RENA cycle. And so what it says to me is that we really need to work on planning for transportation there. And then finally, with the schools, my concern is that what we witnessed after the development of the end of East Meadow, that area by Fabian and East Meadow at the end near 101, after all of those units went in, we had a massive problem with neighborhood schools there. And so I'm hoping that there is some amount of coordination being done with PAUSD. So we had 30% at one point of students who were supposed to go to Palo Verde as their local neighborhood school were overflowed elsewhere. And so that's a quality of life issue, not just for the current people there, but also all the people who are going to be moving in. And if you just like think about it, 1,500 units, let's say one child comes with each unit. I mean, it could be as much as 2 even, right? Or on average. Let's say it's just 1, that's 1,500 kids. PAUSD currently has I think it's about 11,000 students enrolled. Somewhere between 10 and 12,000 is what I will say. So if you add 1,500 kids, that's a huge influx. One elementary school ranges between 300 and 600 students. So what are we gonna do there with all of these kids being added in that little corner of Palo Alto? And so I'm just, it's part question, but it's also part planning. We need to address that. And I hope that there's impact fees or something that are going to be assessed to help us build a new school, or I don't even think you can cram that many kids into the existing campuses that are in South Palo Alto. So there's some big challenges there. And that's my concern about the concentration of housing kind of in 8 years in that area, if we're successful enough and able to actually build all the units. That's it.
Commissioner Suma.
Thank you so much. And I also had some questions about the GM and ROLM sites, and they're very similar to Commissioner Chang's, because we are talking about a lot of development there. And I almost feel like we need to study that like a special, like the NVCAP and area plan, just to get the infrastructure working right. And in addition to schools, I think we have to think about parks there with that many new people, because and also shopping, retail, essential retail that could be walkable. So I feel like that whole area, while I'm not against it at all, I think it almost warrants a larger planning exercise. And then I had just a question, because I didn't hear it, but I may have missed it. Are we still talking about housing at Stanford Shopping Center? Or is that no longer being considered? Above retail.
It's not,
Oh, would you like me to address that?
go ahead, Tim.
Okay. Yes, we did discuss, we have met with the Stanford Shopping Center, and we did some initial conversations, but just like the SRP, it might not be ready for this housing element.
Okay.
Because they also have other requirements that they have to. So it might be more appropriate for the future housing elements.
Okay, and then on that very dense map, which I'd love to have a larger version of, there was something called, I think it was blue and white stripe, and it was called the special buffer or height buffer or something like that. It was very hard to see.
I can jump in.
Yeah, I was just wondering what that was.
Okay, and maybe I can just share my screen very briefly just to show you what that is. And I have the map and it's in a PDF, so you can zoom in and out pretty easily. So for example, I was just zoomed in to the area that we were just talking about, the ROLM and GM areas. This blue striped zone here represents a 150-foot buffer from the residential. So all this yellow here is the single family. This is an R1 single family neighborhood. And in Palo Alto, for most of our residential zones, we have a requirement that if you're within 150 feet, you have a lower height for your new development. And typically it's 35 feet. So that's what those blue stripes represent when you see them on the map. And you can see it's kind of spread out everywhere, but that's what they represent. So it is.
Okay, so it's the existing buffer zone,
Yes.
but expressed differently on this map because it's showing where it is next to the sites that are being considered.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you so much for clarification of that. That's it for now.
Vice Chair Rupavar.
Thank you. To, I think, Ms. Tanner's request for things we would like to see next time around. And I don't know if staff has the ability or time or bandwidth to do this, but what I would find very interesting is, the RENA analysis is with respect to capacity, like thinking about, and this is all of the, capacity we have. We're not going to realistically build 7,000, but having some sort of visual or snapshot of, okay, past RENA cycle, fifth RENA cycle, this is how many units were actually built, and like maybe a map of where they were built, and compare it to, current, what we're actually expecting, like a feasibility tied to, I don't know if it's possible, but like a financial feasibility tied to transportation impact, tied to, schools, something like that, to give a more holistic picture of what are we realistically going to be looking at, and what, potential realistic impacts it has. I don't know if that's feasible, if you want to like respond to that, Mr. Wong, or not. And then also, aside from that, some analysis of, this is just, certification for the HCD certification, which is separate and apart. And then when we do the site selection, what happens if, and maybe nothing happens, but we don't approve any projects, they just don't work out. Are there any ramifications by the state or whatnot? Could we face any, loss of additional funding or whatever, separate after certification? During the RENA cycle. So not for now, but maybe like later on down the road, that would be interesting to hear about as well. I know you put the ramifications for failure to be in substantial compliance, but the failure to actually build, what are the ramifications there? Thank you.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. lots of good discussion. I appreciate all the questions and comments. Just thinking about feedback and how it all ties together in my mind. Mr. Wong, one thing that would be helpful to know is kind of what the planning order usually is. And what I'm referring to is I'm just thinking about, you heard us all kind of go down this path of what if and cascading consequences, and maybe we should hold off having a plan until we've thought through every step of the way. And that is, very often that's how we think in Palo Alto. We've got a lot of ability to do risk analysis and think about all these variable consequences and want to plan for every possibility. And I'm wondering if we need to do all of that before we come up with the housing plan. So for example, in another community, perhaps the housing plan is set, and then the cascading consequences kind of key off of that. Or do we have to have all of that thought through, like schools and shopping and transportation before the housing, like understanding how the consequences are planned for? Is it come after, before, at the same time? Does it all have to come together as one big package that's revealed at once? So that would be just some feedback, because you can hear it in all of our thoughts that we've shared tonight, is that we're thinking about it. So guidance on how to understand where we are in the process, assurances that the planning that we're considering as the impacts of the housing plan will be handled, right? But they'll be handled here at this point, or, understanding that a little bit better would be helpful, I think. Thank you.
Other commission comments? Commissioner Rectal.
Hey, Tim, can you put up slide 6? There's a couple of things I want to point out there. Or Claire, whoever has control of the screen.
Give me a second.
Yeah, so slide 6 out of the packet.
Okay.
Okay, so this is our housing allocation for the next cycle. And so the bottom table is our upcoming cycle. If you look, there's a huge number, but also a huge percentage of this huge number is below market housing. And that takes subsidized rents, and that's not easy to work with. So we really have our work cut out for us, trying to figure out how are we going to get these below market units built and paid for. We'll need some type of government subsidy or some other type of landowner benefit to get those built. The second thing is that all these numbers are requirements are in terms of units, not square feet. And so game theory would say that the natural tendency would be, well, let's make units, let's make them really tiny. And so the natural tendency of building these tiny units is not good for Palo Alto. I mean, we have great schools, we have this history of having a very family-friendly community, and that kind of is not consistent with building a whole bunch of micro units. And so when we build these, we also have to encourage square footage to grow and have the 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms that families need. And that's going to be hard too. So not only is this 6,000 hard, but the fact that we have to get a variety of units for both size and income is going to make it even harder. That's what I want to point out.
Other commission comments?
Here, if I could, to
Sure. Let's try again, Ms. Tanner.
respond. All right, I'm gonna turn my video off, see if it works. Hopefully. I wanted to respond to Commissioner Templeton and Vice Chair Rupavar's comments kind of around sequencing and impacts kind of the plan into the future. I think there's maybe 2 things to think about. One is there's the site selection part of the housing element and also the policy and program part. So part of policy and programs can think about community facilities and kind of what are the things that are needed not only to bring the housing into fruition, but do in a way that's holistic and supports the community going into the future. And so I think that, you know, we are obligated by law to complete the plan this year, and Tim and Claire can explain more about the timeline and some of those things. And so we're not going to be able to kind of do a full community facilities analysis. But we do also as a community have things like impact fees and other policies in place that do try to prepare so that as we grow, we do have resources to provide facilities that would be concomitant with that growth. And that even also goes to things like thinking about the development standards, providing open space on site for the residents who live there, for example. That's a policy we have in place to try to make sure that these future homes are livable for those future residents of Palo Alto. So that's one thing. I think that the vice chair did ask a little bit about maybe consequences to the plan if we don't build. And there's certainly consequences if we don't have a compliant housing element. And Mr. Wong can go into those a little bit more detail if the commission would like. There are also some triggers that if we don't meet some of our targets that we're just on the last slide, actually, slide 6, if we don't meet those number of units built in certain timeframes within the cycle, then certain state laws come into play in Palo Alto. I think in particular SB 35, which I believe if you don't meet your market rate, if a jurisdiction doesn't produce the market rate housing units that are required, then I think even for right now, for example, in Palo Alto, if a developer proposed a development with 50% affordable below market rate units, I want to say that certain objective standards maybe only apply. I can't remember exactly what the requirement is. And then if you don't meet your market rate, and then if you're not also meeting your below market rate, then more and more requirements and less affordability is required for the housing to kind of, does it become by right, Tim? Is that what happens under SB 35? I don't want to misspeak what the impact is.
Yes, the worse off in not meeting your building, then the lower the threshold becomes for by right developments based on a percentage of affordability.
So I think those are some of the quote unquote teeth that have been put into housing element law at the state level in the past few legislative cycles. So that's kind of more of a short-term impact. And then of course, making sure that we have the transportation, the parks, all the things that make community great to serve our residents is part of what we try to do with our impact fees. But certainly fees are only part of the puzzle because you need space for a school, you need space for a park, you need actual physical areas for these things to go. You need place for fire stations or police stations or other facilities. And so that is also part of the puzzle that if the housing is built, the city would need to be ready to figure out how to accommodate all of the growth, not just the housing portion of the growth. So those are just a few comments to try to respond to those questions and those comments.
Thank you, Ms. Tanner. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you, Ms. Tanner. I just to clarify, what I was trying to get at is those plans don't have to be built and drafted and approved at the same time as the housing element, does it? Like they would be results of an approved housing element. People would update their school districts and their school plans and things like that.
Yeah, I think that would be a fair way to say it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's really helpful.
So I want to start by acknowledging I was skeptical that the working group and staff could get this far this fast. It is a Herculean effort to find 6,000 potential units in Palo Alto. And you exceeded that by 1,000. So kudos for the extraordinary number of meetings and the fact that you brought us to this point. And I'm looking forward to staff coming back with the the group's further refinement, I guess on February 9th. I did have a couple of questions and a comment. The question of staff, what is currently our most dense residential zoning in terms of dwelling units per acre?
It's the 40 dwelling units per acre.
Okay. All right. And I realize that this exercise we're going through now is really, I think Commissioner Lowing described it well as kind of a capacity analysis rather than a design analysis. But do we know that there are designs at 40 units per acre that can fit within our existing height limits?
Just to respond, we do have projects that have exceeded that 40 dwelling units per acre that I think, for example, the project on the old VTA lot on the corner of El Camino and Page Mill, I think that was able to meet height, plus it's a much higher density. Understand it wasn't zoned RM40, but that does show the potential or possibility is there.
Okay. That's very helpful. I was going to ask the same question for this new contemplated 50 DUA zoning that is suggested to apply in, I think, within a quarter mile of the transit stations. Do we think that can, and maybe that project you just mentioned on the OVA site is an example where they've already built something at 50 DUA that was able to conform to the height requirement. Do you know?
That I'm not sure about, so I'll have to, I can get back to you, or as part of the presentation in February, address that question.
Yeah, and again, this is really a future issue. What I'm really trying to understand is if we are creating capacity criteria now that will force us to revisit height limitations later. That's it. And if it is, then we'll do that in the future. Then the last thing I wanted to say is just a comment. The working group decided as part of its strategy to avoid upzoning of any of the low density residential areas, the R1s, R2s, I don't know if R3s. And I respect that. And I respect the working group doing the hard work, and they get to make that initial recommendation call. But I recognize, and I want to make sure we all recognize that to the extent we have low density areas in close proximity to our transit stations, to our Caltrain stations, those properties are by any appropriate measure underutilized. And the question is not whether they'll ever get upzoned, but when. Because we can go through this next RENA cycle and completely avoid them, and I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't. But what's going to happen as we go through these RENA cycles is things are going to get built pursuant to these upzoning policies. And as we build those dense buildings, when we build a 5-story building and in the next RENA cycle, we want to upzone that property from 50 dwelling units to 65, nobody's going to tear down that newish building and put up a more dense one. That's not realistic. And eventually, the pressure is going to come to focus, to recognize we're going to have to invade, if that's what you want to call it, these low density neighborhoods. Again, I'm only talking about the ones in close proximity to the transit stations. And and my only point here is that we should be thinking long range about that and have a plan rather than get forced into it when we get to some arena, new arena process and really have to swallow it because we didn't plan for it. So that comment may be 16 years away from now. I appreciate that, but it's something that I think about, and I think we should have it in mind. So those are the only comments I had. Other commissioners have anything more to add before we conclude the study session? All right, I'm not seeing any hands, so I am going to thank Mr. Wong. I'm going to thank Ms. Tanner. I'm going to thank the members of the working group, including the two who are our sitting commissioners. This is great work so far. Really excited about the progress made and looking forward to having a return on February 9th with the update. So it is 7:45 and we have our next agenda is the wireless ordinance item, but I think it makes some sense to take our 10-minute break now so that we can deal with that uninterrupted. So I have 7:47. So let's call it 7:57 and hope that we can actually get going by 8 o'clock. So we will wait another minute for Vice Chair Rupavar and Commissioner Suma to show up. There's
I'm
one.
here. My camera's just off.
Well, it appears that Commissioner Suma is in the room. There you are. We're ready to move forward, Commissioner Suma. So we will move now to an action item, agenda item number 4, consideration of updates to section 18.42.110, wireless communication facilities of chapter 18.42, standards for special use of Title 18, zoning title of the Palo Alto Municipal Code. The environmental assessment is exempt per CEQA guidelines sections 15061B3, 15301, 15302, 15303, and 15305. Before we receive the staff report, I need to address an issue that has been raised by a citizen regarding whether I should recuse myself on this item. The same issue was raised by this same citizen in February of 2020 when the wireless ordinance was last before us. My response from 2 years ago is still true, so I'm going to largely repeat it. Potential conflicts of interest are very serious, and I take them seriously. I think that one of the most important functions that our citizens can perform in this public process is to raise these issues where they believe they exist, because if they don't put a voice to them, then we can't talk about them. One of our residents has raised this issue about me as it relates to the wireless industry, and so I appreciate them bringing forward their concerns. There are 2 types of potential conflicts of interest, a financial interest and bias, and I intend to address both of them. I'm a land use attorney, and I've been doing this work for more than 30 years, and along the way, I have done work for the telecommunications industry. Specifically, my firm had as a client for a substantial period of time one of the largest industry companies, and my primary job for them was to attend public hearings like this Planning Commission hearing and seek approval of permits so that they could build wireless communication facilities. But the last time I did any of that work was more than a decade ago, and probably more like 15 years ago or more. I'm in a small firm, and another attorney in my firm has also done that kind of work with the industry, but she has not done any work with the industry in many years. California's Political Reform Act provides that a conflict of interest exists if I have a financial interest in the outcome, and it imputes to me any income that my firm has earned from the industry or from anybody who would have an interest in Palo Alto's wireless ordinance in the last 12 months. I have no financial interest in the outcome of the wireless ordinance at issue here, nor is there any industry income to impute to me. And so under this law, I have no conflict of interest. Nor is it reasonably foreseeable that my participation on this agenda item will result in any future income to me or my firm. The citizen claims that my comments 2 years ago were very highly favorable to the industry. I disagree with that characterization, and the industry must disagree too, because in the 2 years since I made those remarks, not one of them has knocked on our door to have us do work for them. The other potential conflict of interest is bias, and the concern is that because of my prior involvement with the industry and the prospect that at some point in the future, I or another member of my firm might be hired by the industry, that I have a bias. In other words, that I could not fairly and impartially decide a matter related to the telecommunications industry. I have no bias regarding that industry. I think there may be some confusion of bias with background. The fact that I have prior experience in the industry is actually an asset, I believe, in processes like this. And I would like to believe that it is this background and the experience that I have in other land use matters is part of what the council saw in appointing me. My background does not make me predisposed to like or dislike any wireless industry position, but it does allow me to understand their processes and positions. I think that is a useful tool, and it is not a matter of bias. My allegiance in my role as a planning commissioner is to the city of Palo Alto, and my intention is to make decisions that, in my view, are in the best interest of the whole city. And so that doesn't necessarily mean I'll agree with every comment of every resident from time to time, but it does mean that I will take a broad, fair view and that I am not beholden to the wireless industry in any way. I have no conflict of interest based on bias. There's a related concept called the perception of bias that is considered where there is no actual bias constituting a conflict of interest. In her email to the PTC, here is how the citizen expressed her perception of my bias. She wrote, "United Neighbors passively accepted your refusal to recuse yourself at the PTC meeting in February 2020, only to watch as you advocated for cell tower applicants at every turn." The verbatim minutes of that February 12th, 2020 PTC meeting are available online, and I would encourage anyone interested in this issue to read all of my remarks during that hearing. If you do, you will find that I clearly stated my goals for the wireless ordinance to be having a lawful ordinance that did not expose the city to litigation the city would lose, and a reasonable permit process set forth in the ordinance that would result in the citizens of Palo Alto and its businesses having access to the best technology available. Anyone impartially reading my remarks at that 2020 hearing will find that every one of my statements was in furtherance of one of those two goals. For me to recuse myself today based upon perception of bias, where there is no substantial evidence supporting a reasonable perception of bias, would set a terrible precedent for all of the city of Palo Alto decision makers. Anytime even a single citizen wanted to exclude a decision maker from the Palo Alto process, they could claim without substantial evidence that they perceived that decision maker of being biased and point to my recusal regarding the wireless ordinance as reflecting the necessary result. For example, pro-housing advocates could claim that they perceive bias of those city council members who are described as residentialists based upon their statements in deliberating housing issues, their votes on those issues, and even statements they made in campaigning for office. I am unwilling to add force to such claims of perception of bias by recusing myself here, where there is no reasonably held perception of bias based upon an objective view of the evidence. That would not be in the best interest of the city of Palo Alto, nor in its governmental functions. Finally, this citizen also claimed my participation violates the state bar rules of professional conduct that regulate me as a lawyer. But those rules do not apply here because I am participating tonight as a planning commissioner and not as an attorney representing the city or as an attorney representing the telecommunications industry. I have conferred with the city attorney's office on these matters, and I will be participating fully in tonight's discussion. Thank you for your patience while I work through that. And now, Ms. Tanner, I'd like a staff report.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Sheldon Osting, who will give the report this evening. Sheldon?
Yes, good evening. Thank you. As I get some windows arranged here. Okay. So start off with the recommendation of Sheldon Ossing, Principal Planner for the city. And this evening, we would recommend that the PTC hold a public hearing, discuss the modifications to the municipal code contained in the draft ordinance. We're really seeking feedback and recommendations to staff on the items that to include in the draft ordinance for the future consideration. We're not recommending the full ordinance at this time. We are going to come back to the PTC later this spring with a what would be probably a revised ordinance considering all of the feedback from the stakeholders. And then thirdly, to hear the public testimony and close the public hearing to read notice for future hearing. What we'll talk about today is provide a little bit of background how we got here, a brief overview of the existing tools that are available for review of wireless communications facilities, a brief overview of some changes to federal and state law, and then a summary of proposed wireless ordinance amendments, which is the crux of the discussion this evening, and then next steps. So I do want to also make you aware of attachments and links that we have included as part of the staff report that you may refer to as we go through the discussion and the presentation. These include the draft wireless ordinance, the existing wireless ordinance, the application checklist. We've also included 2 ordinances as links from other communities that the public brought to our attention to consider, selected comprehensive plan policies and goals. And there's also a comment letter from one of the carriers back on December 2nd on packet page 122. A little bit of background, the wireless ordinance has been updated 2015 and 2018, 2019. And at the same time, there were adoption of the objective standards and resolution updates in 2019, a couple of times. And then we're directed to go to the back and make revisions to the ordinance. So that's where we left off with the PTC back in February of 2020. And then during that time, we of course been processing applications and still continuing to evaluate the ordinance. We conducted a joint study session meeting in November of 2021, which I think most of you were there in attendance, and that included the council as well as the ARB. So some of the direction from the PTC from 2020, this PTC requested further staff consideration of specific topics and asked staff to return with further refinements to the draft wireless ordinance and further discussion in this staff report. So I wanted to briefly here, just for those of you not familiar with the process, the ordinance, as the main cog here is a great graphic, is really the center of the regulations and processing for all wireless applications, or it's what we're discussing this evening. And there's quite a lot of effort and process that goes into amending the ordinance. We need to receive a recommendation from the PTC, then the council needs to introduce the ordinance at a first reading, and subsequently there's a second reading before a 30-day period, and then the ordinance becomes effective. Now for all wireless applications, there are checklists, application checklists that are applicable, as well as design construction standards from, say, for instance, PG&E or Public Works and our utilities departments. And these can be updated from time to time. And furthermore, specifically for facilities within the public rights-of-way applications, they utilize some additional tools, such as the master license agreements, and then we have the objective standards, and that's of which we are going to be in process of revising this part of this process. And so that referring to the objective standards as the resolution, we're also going to be changing that to location and design criteria. So really briefly here, because most of this was already covered with the joint study session that our outside counsel has been involved with. give the presentation, but the proposed wireless ordinance updates, proposed amendments that are consistent with current federal and state laws and recent court decisions affecting the FCC orders. In the future, if there are further changes to these laws, then staff will prepare further proposed revisions as needed. So these proposed updates reflect an effort of an internal working group comprised of different city departments, including planning, utilities, city attorney's office, and public works. Like I mentioned, we do also have outside counsel that's assisting us. We have to date considered feedback from decision makers, the community, and carriers. We have also considered other surrounding communities' regulations. We understand that Palo Alto has some unique values and circumstances. These proposed updates are consistent with or go further than the surrounding communities. So where the proposed amendments are less stringent is generally based on a staff perspective that a different threshold would subject the city to undue legal risk of claims by carriers that the requirements violate state or federal law based on the city's distribution of land uses and technical feasibility, or create an unnecessary layer of additional exceptions for an applicant to request a city process. So some of these proposed amendments that you'll see in the draft ordinance are located within existing subsections, or others are in new subsections that necessitated some renumbering. Next couple of slides, I'm going to be talking a lot. I figured I'd spare a lot of the text on the screens, but we'll go through these bullet points separately. So staff overall acknowledges that the revised ordinance is a working draft to facilitate discussion. The draft ordinance attempts to find a balance between acknowledging the increasing demand for wireless technology while setting up a process to locate these facilities in a way that does not contribute to visual clutter, but preserves the city's mainly residential character. So the proposed revisions to the ordinance strive to provide clarity and certainty to this process. So for incomplete applications, this was a PTC clarification, and application processing is limited to a shot clock timeframe. And an important aspect of process applications is timekeeping and managing these various projects. There are times when the applications sit incomplete for a long duration of time. The staff proposes clarifications regarding the applicability of wireless ordinance pipeline projects applications, so as well as procedures that could be utilized to terminate these facility applications that remain incomplete for an extended period of time. These clarifications respond to staff experience that some of these applications have remained on file with no substantive activity for a long period of time, in some cases between 2 and 4 years. So staff recommends that whenever an applicant fails to provide a substantive response to the city within 90 days after a notice of incomplete, the application can be denied with prejudice. That means that the applicant can decide to refile a new application after denial for the same site. And that's referred to on packet page 79. So regarding the alternatives and feasibility for exceptions, this again was a PTC clarification, and we can expect that some applications will request exceptions to the standard. So the proposed amendments include new application requirement for tiers 2 and 3 for a comparative analysis of feasibility. The goal is to have sufficient information to understand the pros and cons of a primary location and its alternatives, details of which will go into a comparative analysis, which will be included in the application checklist and not in the ordinance. And again, that's to provide for some flexibility for staff to change that over time. And that's on package page 79 for reference. Noise, this was a comment from the council to consider, including noise impacts to the ordinance. And the proposed amendments would include a new application requirement to submit a noise report and acoustical report. And new condition approval that includes standard that the facility comply with the established noise standards in municipal code. And that's on packet page 78 and 83 for your reference. The location design preferences, the current ordinance includes location preferences in the purpose and interpretation section. The draft ordinance includes a new subsection with the same language and adds that there are other location preferences that are included by reference in the adopted resolution. Staff recommends maintain this format by having the location and design preferences mostly in the resolution and not in the ordinance. That's on packet page 82. So for objective standards, with the Ninth Circuit Court decision, there's not a requirement that standards be objective, but need to be reasonable. Staff will remove and update instances where the ordinance or resolution mentions objective standards. So for referrals, PTC has requested that staff evaluate referrals from the director, and the draft ordinance includes the PTC will as a referral option since the ARB and the PTC have different levels of expertise. So we want to set up the expectations accurately though, because these applications are bound by shot clock timeframes. And it's unlikely that an application would be reviewed by both ARB and the PTC. It's too time intensive for that to happen, especially for a complete application. So we want to receive that feedback from the PTC. For another option, for the director to refer applications directly to the council. That's on packet page 81. For independent experts, this is a PTC clarification. The draft ordinance provides a section to clarify the requirements and expectations for applications for independent expert use. That's on packet page 80. And then some additional topics, draft ordinance includes codifying items from the application checklist. And this includes applicant prepared radio frequency emissions report and reports to meet acoustical requirements of visual simulations. Staff has included these requirements to clarify expectations for applicants and provide certainty for what is required of the applicants. Not all checklist items are proposed to be codified, but staff seeks some flexibility on the checklist to allow staff to respond to changing technology and regulatory landscape. The checklist is widely available and published in advance for applicants, public. For conditions of approval, staff proposes new and modified conditions of approval within the ordinance. These additions allow staff to greater code enforcement ability and establish greater operational accountability, especially important for post-installation enforcement. And that's on packet page 83. There are some items that remain unchanged, such as the types of entitlements required, the exceptions process, and the noticing requirements. So resource impacts that speaks directly to staff. We are not expecting the level of these applications to drop in the future. There's certainly going to be more demand. We expect applications to have one or more exceptions to the process. And these exceptions are more demand on time, especially considering the mandated processing timelines that are imposed by federal and state. So staff seeks to lessen these demands and ensure compliance with these mandates. And also to provide clarity in the process and streamline where possible. So next steps, we want to continue this outreach with community carriers. We did receive, as I mentioned, a comment from the carrier back in December. I think that was in response to the existing ordinance, and that's included as part of the packet staff report. We did have another comment from the same carrier on the draft ordinance, and that comment is provided to you. We have included community information, other cities, wireless ordinances as links that the community has brought to our attention. And we anticipate that there'll be ARB meeting late February to discuss aesthetic design standards. That's the resolution revisions. And then once we've done some outreach and we've made some revisions to this ordinance, and as well as get recommendation from ARB on the resolution, then we want to return to the PTC later in the spring for recommendation on the ordinance and resolution. And then at that point, have an adoption hearing with the council in the late spring. So with that, recommendation is again to discuss the modifications contained in the draft ordinance, provide feedback and recommendations to staff on the items. We may need to have straw votes or multiple motions to get consensus items perhaps, and then we'll try to facilitate that. And then also lastly, to hear public testimony and close the public hearing to renotice for a future hearing. So here's my contact information. We also maintain a website page that provides some latest information. with that, that concludes my presentation. And we do have our outside counsel available. We also have staff from our utilities department and also from our current planning department. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Commissioners, questions of staff before we go to public comment? Vice Chair Rupavar.
Am I the only one with questions? So can you quickly, I just had a few quick questions. What is the magnitude of requests you're anticipating per year? Do you have a ballpark estimate?
Yeah, I may need to
Roughly.
rely on our current planning, Gail Sauls, who takes in the applications, but he may have a number that we yearly that we have.
Hi, this is Garrett Sauls, current planning. So far, we've only received in the last 2-3 years, we've only received about 3 to 4 projects for right-of-way entitlements for small cell applications.
Okay, that's helpful. I had another question. With respect to, I mean, it's a little bit of a comment too, but packet page 64 with respect to undergrounding, I know a lot of jurisdictions have moved towards, preference for undergrounding. And the packet sets forth the, issues with undergrounding. Do you have any sort of analysis on what the pros are as well and how that compares to overhead lines? This isn't,
It's okay. Yeah, I think some of the, I'll take a stab at this one, but I think some of the pros, is that visually you don't see that the equipment, so it reduces
Primary.
some of that visual clutter. I think that reduces sort of that footprint for the equipment that you just can't see.
and that's the primary thrust of why a lot of jurisdictions have been pushing towards undergrounding. It's not just Palo Alto, I've seen it just by chance, like across a lot of jurisdictions of the Bay Area. So I was just wondering.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's
Maybe I
The
can.
primary
My name's Greg. I'm Gregory McKernan. I'm one of the utility engineers for the city of Palo Alto in the electric department. So it sounds like your question is more about what are the advantages of undergrounding electrical utilities and telecommunications. I think like the main reason Palo Alto's been doing it is beautification. I know that's since the I think since the 50s or the 60s when they started the undergrounding districts. There's also an advantage for reliability for the system in general, and that's an advantage for our citizens as well.
Got it. That's really helpful. And then I also had another question. It sounds like we looked at ordinances in Ithaca, New York and Aspen, Colorado. Is that correct? And I was wondering like why those jurisdictions?
at the
Instead of, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, at the joint study session, we did receive, during the public testimony, some insight on those 2 ordinances that was brought to our attention. So we thought that we just bring that up. We've looked through it a little bit, but not substantially as we were putting through this draft ordinance. But we'll certainly take a look at that more in this next phase after this meeting.
Got it. Thank you. I have additional comments, but they relate to the ordinance itself and we can get to that later.
Mr. Suma.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. And I just had a quick question, and forgive me if you've already said this, but who is the outside consultants or counsel that you work with, and what portions of this did they work on with staff, or will they be working on the ordinance going forward also?
Right. So Gail Karish, you can see, I think she's on the screen there, just wave her hand. And so she's been helping us since the fall on the draft ordinance so far, and she's going to see it through the completion.
Okay, so the legal aspects, not the technical, right?
The legal aspects, exactly, yes.
I just wanted, thank you so much. That's it.
Commissioner Chang.
Sorry, just one quick moment on a
Understandable.
previous question. I think there was a question about the number of applications we received. And I think we maybe Garrett, you can explain a little bit that an application could have a couple different nodes or locations within one application. Do you want to just explain that a little bit to the commissioners, how we get applications and what they can contain? Because it's not just one tower or one installation in an application.
So since the advent of the objective standards in 2019, we received 3 applications, 1 from AT&T, 2 from Verizon. In AT&T's application, there were 10 nodes proposed in that project. In Verizon's 2 applications, 1 which has gone to City Council and have gotten approved. Initially, there were 7 nodes proposed in that application, and then it was reduced through the review down to 3 nodes, which ultimately were reviewed and approved by City Council, and that's under Cluster 4. They also submitted an application titled Cluster 5, which had 3 nodes, if I remember correctly, initially in their submittal. And through review, they ended up removing 1 so far, but that project is still under review.
Just to give the commissioners a sense of kind of the volume, maybe not that many applications, but there can be a bit to review in each package. So continue. Sorry.
At a maximum, there can be 15 nodes in 1 submittal. And that is not 15 nodes at one time being decided upon. That is 15 nodes submitted in one project, which could mean one day someone submits 15 nodes and the next day someone submits 15 nodes again.
Thanks, Garrett.
Vice Chair Rupavar, your hand is still up. Did I cut off your questioning?
No, that was it. I actually had one more question, if it's okay, that you called on me if nobody else has their hand up.
Commissioner Chang is waiting, but go ahead.
Go ahead. I'll just do it really fast. The noise impacts you're referring to, those relate to, and maybe I'm just misunderstanding, those relate to both installation and then noise impacts after installation, right? Or is it just noise impacts after installation? Could you just clarify that?
I believe they would be both.
Both. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Rossing, I wanted to ask about noise, following up on Commissioner Rupavar's question. So I thought that there's a Santa Clara County order specifying that the noise in residential areas specifically needs to not exceed, I think it's 55 during the day and 45 at night. And is that in conflict then with what we have at the bottom of packet page 104? There's a footnote there that talks about 60 decibels, and then it can go up 3 decibels more, so maybe 63 decibels. So I'm wondering, am I missing something, or are we in violation of what the county?
Yeah, so
requires?
I'm not familiar with the order, if that's something that's new or maybe it's something that's applicable to the unincorporated county. We certainly have our own standards.
Okay.
I don't know. We would have to look into that specifically, Commissioner, but a lot of, I would be surprised that it would apply to the city. I think it probably is for unincorporated parts of Santa Clara County, where the county is the governing body.
Okay. Well, maybe we can look it up and follow up on offline. I might not understand correctly either. Okay. It was so dense that I'm like looking through all my notes here. Can you explain a little bit about the types of exceptions? I mean, I guess I've read a lot of public comments about, and I think the concern for residents is obviously people want their cell phone service, but then they're concerned about having unsightly cell phone towers very close to their house. I know there's like a giant campaign of like no cell phone towers in, you know, the Little League field. So what I'm wondering is, with respect to the different types of exceptions that come in, do we prioritize or weight more heavily exceptions that deal with residential areas as opposed to exceptions that are, you know, with commercial thoroughfares? Like, how do we, you give examples of exceptions that come in and how we handle them and how we weight different exceptions with respect to whether or not they may be granted or not?
Garrett, I may need to call on you again because you have some experience with this. Maybe just provide an example of a project that's ongoing that has exceptions.
Yeah, so we don't currently have a weighting scheme where we might say something related to one exception equals X value, right? Where we might say, you know, if you're going to place an antenna in a residential zone, there is a, you know, specific point value associated with that exception request compared to placing it in another location that might be a commercial zone district, for example. The way that our ordinance currently is, or I guess the way that our resolution currently is established, is it looks at the total number of exceptions and what is proposed in terms of the primary location that an applicant proposes in relationship to alternative locations and how those exception requests for either location are either greater or lesser in terms of just the face value number, right? So if one location requires 3 exceptions, the other requires 10, you know, you can on its face value, you can already identify that one will have a greater, or sorry, a lesser aesthetic impact. One example through the Cluster 4 application, or through Verizon Cluster 4 application that the City Council decided back in June of last year, was to evaluate a location where the zone district was residential, but the building on the site was a commercial use. And there were alternatives in the surrounding neighborhood that were all located in front of residential buildings. So there's a bit of value judgment, I guess you can say, that is put onto some of those exceptions, right? Like placing something in a residential area versus a non-residential area, that the city is expressing in its interest and in its ordinance and resolution. But like I said before, there's not necessarily an inherent weight value that we can say one exception actually equals, you know, 4 or 5 points. And if you reach a certain point or reach past a certain number threshold, you know, we can't consider this node anymore for some reason.
Thank you, Mr. Sauls. That's really enlightening. And I guess my next question would be that, given sort of the public comments that we receive and the resistance from residents, is there a way to make it clear that we have a preference for exception, you know, like if you have to make exceptions, let's make exceptions away from the residential areas. Right, so if we're choosing between alternatives, for example, I mean, it just seems like that would eliminate a lot of like the most vehement concerns.
Yeah, to my understanding, it's a bit of a balancing act, balancing what we are, you know, legally obligated or required to provide for, which is that carriers are able to locate in the right of way, and trying to balance what is the least aesthetically impactful location in comparison to what it is that they're proposing. I think as a part of this, and Sheldon, this is something that you should definitely touch on if you haven't already, is that part of this process, there was going to be a discussion for the design criteria or the objective standards to, you know, how is it possible to create a weighting system that might serve or determine, you know, a hierarchy, right? That might be easier to then say, again, like I provided my basic example earlier, if a certain exception requires X number of points, and there's a barrier or a roof that we say you can't exceed, to some extent, whether it's legally appropriate or not is a separate question, but to some extent, an applicant may be able to tell that a facility is going to have a lot more challenges trying to propose something there or at a certain location than at other locations.
Makes a lot of sense. One last question. So there was, I think it's packet page 62, where we're talking about, as Mr. Ossing mentioned, that sometimes an application can lapse, like it's incomplete, and then the telecommunication company just doesn't come back to us. And yet it chews up staff time to continually have to see and track it and check on this application. And the proposed the proposed clock, where we can deny the application without prejudice if its notice is incomplete, was 90 days. Is there a reason that we chose 90 and not something shorter, just to lessen the administrative burden on staff? That just seems like low-hanging fruit and might be, I'm just wondering how we came up with the 90 days.
I'll try to take a stab at that. If Gail, you may want to answer this as well, but I think we're looking at some experiences from other jurisdictions, and that was one that would be kind of reasonable amount of time to give the carriers and applicant to respond to our notice of incomplete.
Okay. So it's benchmarked against other cities then, it sounds like. Thank you.
Commissioner questions of staff before public comment. So I have one question. Possibly it's directed toward legal counsel. So Palo Alto has some limitations on the robustness and completeness of how it can regulate telecommunications industry here in Palo Alto that relate to some federal preemption on certain issues. And I was wondering if our attorneys could just briefly explain that to us to help guide our later discussion so that we don't sort of wander into those areas that we're not supposed to be concerned with.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the question. That's sort of like, could you explain the telecommunications law treatise in 2 minutes or less? This is an area, I should say, my name is Gail Karish, a partner at Best Krieger and your outside counsel, and been working with staff, and you can tell are very knowledgeable and handle a lot of everything very well on their own. I think that the things I would point to quickly is just sort of overall guidance. When you're looking at state and federal law, they're always serving to preempt local authority. I mean, you start with the basic premise that you have authority to control development within your jurisdiction. And so anything that the state or the federal government is doing is by its very nature chipping away at that authority. The two big things that have happened at the federal level is one was, laws enacted in 1996, and specifically with respect to wireless, put some procedural and substantive limits on what a city could do. So an example is if you're going to deny an application, it must be in writing and it has to be based on substantial evidence. Congress made the Federal Communications Commission solely responsible for determining what are safe levels of RF emissions. And so that leaves for local government, you're unable to take action or regulate based on a concern about the environmental or health effects of RF emissions, so long as the applicant is complying with the federal standards. That's another example. You have to act within a reasonable period of time on applications. And so that requirement of federal law is what was the hook that the Federal Communications Commission used to come up with all of these shot clocks for action on wireless applications and all of the procedures related to that, and timelines for responding to applications and sending out notices of incompleteness and all of that. An example of a limitation in state law is that there is a state franchise right of telephone companies to use the public right-of-way for installations, and your authority is not completely preempted. You can issue permits and review applications to ensure that the installations do not, in the words of the statute, which is very old, incommode the public use. And that has to do with both safety and aesthetic issues in the public rights of way. So those are some examples of the constraints that are placed on you. One other federal law that I'll mention, and that's that Section 6409 that we talk about, that was adopted in 2012. And that law deals specifically with modifications or additions to existing wireless facilities, so existing towers or base stations. And if under the FCC rules, if an applicant can check all the boxes and meet the criteria that are supposed to represent an insubstantial change, then your authority as a local government has been completely preempted. You must approve the application.
All right, thank you, Ms. Karish. Are there other commissioner questions of staff? If not, just before we go to public comment, I was remiss at the beginning of this item to not ask my fellow commissioners if there are any disclosures of ex parte communications, not just reading public comments to the whole of the commission. So this is an opportunity to make that disclosure, and I apologize for being distracted at the front of this item and not doing that at the proper time. Commissioner Suma.
Well, so actually, I would just note that technically those sorts of disclosures are not required for this item because it's a legislative item before the commission, not a quasi-judicial item.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Yang. So it's not necessary, and so
you're welcome to make them if you'd like, but it's not necessary.
Don't need to. Okay. All right. Then that's a volunteer opportunity here. I had no such communications. I will volunteer. And with that, I will move us to public comments. Let's see.
We have 3 raised hands, and our first speaker is Hamilton Hitchings.
Good evening. The following are my personal comments. Radio waves from cell phone towers emit non-ionizing radiation, which causes burns at close range. This is why AT&T and Verizon require cell phone towers to be turned off before their technicians work on them. These small cell sites are not really small and have powerful antennas that can also radiate 3 and 4G as well. Many scientific peer-reviewed studies have found health problems, including an increase in cancer if less than 1,500 feet from a cell site over a duration of time, increased blood abnormalities, cognitive decline in students near cell towers over 2 years, and general neurobehavioral effects. A review of these studies resulted in a recommendation of a 500-meter buffer. In Switzerland, the 5G rollout was halted in the canton of Geneva because of the adverse effects reported until safety studies could be complete. The buzzing noise from towers is also a negative effect and impact on the surrounding homes. These poles with heavy cellular electrical equipment can now fall directly on adjacent residences during a major earthquake. We now know that city light poles can be used for cell site installation, something staff had not included previously. I joined many other Palo Altans, including 38 who wrote City Council in January of 2020 in requesting a 100-foot setback or at least a substantial increase over the current 20-foot setback. I am also requesting the noise level be limited to 45 dBA, the same as Los Altos already has. Lastly, I'm concerned that Bart Heckman may have an ethical conflict of interest as the chair of the PTC. Bart is one of 4 partners in his law firm, which lists as its first legal specialty on their website, obtaining approvals for telecommunications towers and cellular facilities throughout the Bay Area, and whose customers include Verizon. This is according to his website, which says this information was updated in November of 2021. The act of currently listing this on his firm's website can be interpreted as actively soliciting new business. His firm's solicitation of future potential business with these wireless companies is in conflict with what is best for the residents of Palo Alto and could result in bias. While this may not meet the strict and narrow legal definition of a legal conflict of interest, it certainly seems to be an ethical conflict of interest. I am requesting Bart recuse himself to avoid any perceived conflict of interest and to hold himself to the highest ethical standard. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jean Fleming.
Okay, I don't seem to see an image here.
Ms. Fleming, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes to share your comments.
I'm sorry, I don't see an image and I don't know why. Can you please stop the clock for a minute? For some reason, there's no image here of me and I'm asking, am I doing something wrong?
No, you're not. The clock is stopped, but I don't know why you cannot see the commissioners or the staff.
Well, it's not that. It's actually the opposite question. Can you see me?
No, we cannot see you because you joined as a participant, and usually participants' video is off.
Okay, Medina, thank you very much for explaining. I didn't realize that. Okay, start the clock. My name is Jeannie Fleming, and I'm here to read a letter that I sent to the PTC into the public record for tonight's meeting. Dear Planning and Transportation Commission Chair Heckman, I'm writing to you on behalf of United Neighbors. Medina, would you please put up that slide that I sent to you?
Yeah, just a second. Did you send me via email?
Yes, I did. I sent it to Leslie. She sent it to you. She confirmed that you had it.
Okay. Okay.
There it is. Okay. United Neighbors is a grassroots organization of Palo Alto residents that for the last 5 years has been working to further the development of a thoughtful, responsible wireless policy for our city. A policy that, while recognizing the rights of the telecom industry, prioritizes the interests of the people who live here. As part of our efforts, we've taken part in dozens of meetings on this topics, meetings with the PTC, with the Architectural Review Board, City Council, and senior city staff. But since you, and I mean Chair Heckman again, you have refused to recuse yourself, we are not going to attend or participate in the PTC meeting on January 12th, where revisions to the wireless ordinance are scheduled to be considered. For decades, you and the small law firm in which you are a partner have worked for telecom companies, helping them secure permits for wireless facilities. Attached is a screenshot from your firm's website stating that obtaining such approvals is an area in which you specialize and soliciting business in that arena. Again, this is a screenshot from Mr. Heckman's website. I got it from the website last week. This is the first of 4, I think it's either 4 or 5 areas of specialization for the firm. It's the one listed first, and incidentally, they're not in alphabetical order. The work you do and the work your partners do constitutes a clear and serious conflict of interest for you as a commission member, one that disqualifies you both as a public official and as a member of the California State Bar from participating in the consideration of wireless matters that come before the PTC. Yet you refuse to recuse yourself. United Neighbors passively accepted your refusal to recuse yourself at the PTC meeting in February 2020, only to watch as you then advocated for cell tower applicants at every turn. Were the PTC convening in council chambers this week, we would attend, and to highlight the impropriety of your participation, stand en masse and turn our backs to you each time you spoke. But COVID has made that impossible. Hence, I'm writing to say that your participation in the PTC's consideration of Palo Alto's wireless ordinance is unethical, and we will not be a party to it. Sincerely, Jeannie Fleming. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bill Ross.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. I'm going to agree with Chair Heckman on further clarification of preemption. I think a third-party opinion is needed with respect to the ordinance when you're done with it or during this process to clarify the unique issues associated with this type of federal preemption. You are left with limited land use authority. That needs to be clarified what that is specifically. You need to avoid the situation of litigation that exists in Los Altos. They were implored to do that. They did not do that. That's the price to pay if there's not a clear line drawn between what can be here in terms of legitimate land use litigation and what cannot. I would like to make a specific recommendation on packet page 88 under emergency deployment. The phrase, quote, or when otherwise warranted by conditions that the director deems to be an emergency should be deleted. The only person that would have authority to allow that would be the city manager under state emergency services law. I also think there needs to be a section added that when a permit's granted, that notice be given to the assessor and to the State Board of Equalization. This is to clarify the issue between fees and taxes. This is clearly a possessory interest of public property that needs to be taxed. I think there's a data insufficiency. There are shared poles between PG&E and the city. Those aren't articulated in anything that I could see. That would mean that those poles would be subject to the PUC order favoring and encouraging undergrounding. Likewise, I don't see, and it is complex, any reference to the FAA regulations concerning SAF and limitations around airports. Finally, I think that it should be clarified on the record that there are three types of recusal: pure conflict of interest, financial conflict of interest, and appearance of impropriety. I appreciate very much the chairman's statement at the beginning of the meeting, but public officials under AB 1234, which are articulated provisions of the government code, are not the ones that determine it. Reference has been made to 2 city attorney opinions. Those should be made public as they are in other jurisdictions routinely so that the basis can be clarified. If the chair can participate, the chair can participate. But that reasoning needs to be exposed. I would encourage you to pursue undergrounding. It's something that it bears on all interests of the public health and safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeremy Stroop.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Jeremy Stroop. I'm with Verizon Wireless. Over the past 5 years, I've submitted wireless applications in Palo Alto on behalf of Verizon, and I'm here tonight to share some of the permitting delays that I've experienced. In short, I found the hyper-technical code ambiguous and confusing. Let me begin with the city street preferences. Each street is categorized as either expressway, arterial, residential arterial, collector, and local. These are published in the standards with bullet points. The bullet points don't indicate a preferential order, and this causes confusion and delays determining the city's order of preference. Under the potential historic district siting requirements, the definition of potential was unclear to myself until after the application was submitted. That was even after a one-on-one meeting with both planning and historic preservation staff members. As for the pole replacement requirements, they cause a lot of confusion as well. If we need to increase the height of a pole, it seems an exception is required for each pole, even though the standard does allow for an increase of a pole height by 5.5 feet. If we increase the height of a pole, we need to increase the diameter of the pole as well in order to ensure the structural integrity of that pole. But by increasing the diameter of the pole, it requires another exception. That isn't spelled out clearly in the standards. In fact, it actually took me 2 resubmittals to understand that requirement. As I stated before, we are allowed to increase that existing pole height by 5.5 feet, but the planning department seems to have determined outside of the WCF standards that all replacement poles be a specific height, even if that height increases the pole by more than 5.5 feet. That hasn't been published in advance. And that's led to increased delays resubmitting applications due to the laborious need to revise the engineered pole spec sheets, the construction drawings, the electromagnetic engineering reports, the pole structurals, as well as photo simulations. Finally, the landscape screening requirement language is extremely confusing. Staff does believe that this requires 1 tree on each side of a pole for a total of 2 trees, but that is not stated in the ordinance. This raises 3 questions for us. The first is how many trees are required? Second is what defines interruption? And lastly, what defines direct views? We actually believe this requirement was created to camouflage side-mounted equipment on wood utility poles, not the integrated radio antenna units that we are utilizing at the top of the metal streetlight poles. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul, I think, O'Brighton. Sorry if I mispronounced your last name. Paul?
Okay, I think I'm off mute. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good evening. Paul O'Brighton, outside counsel for Verizon Wireless. Thank you very much for your time this evening, Chair Heckman, members of the commission. Verizon Wireless, as you have heard, has spent the last couple of years working on small cell wireless applications in the right-of-way in Palo Alto. And it has been an arduous couple of years. And for that reason, Verizon Wireless is very invested in assisting you in working on this ordinance to make it a great ordinance for Palo Alto. For that reason, I have 2 points I want to make to this evening. First, as you heard, we submitted a letter on December 2nd, which included red line changes, proposed red line changes to the ordinance that we think would alleviate some of the issues that Jeremy was just talking about. We encourage you and your council to please pay close attention to that hard work we've done. It was included with actual substantive descriptions of the changes we had provided in a letter. We also provided the comments today to the proposed amendments that you just heard, and it'd be difficult to cover them in 3 minutes. So I encourage you to read that letter as well, and as well as the letter that we sent in November, which included examples of the types of facilities Verizon Wireless would like to put in the right-of-way in Palo Alto. So we are looking forward and would ask you to ask the staff to respond to the proposals that Verizon Wireless has made, particularly as they relate to our 2-year experience. My second point is the most important point, and that is you just heard, and you heard from the questions from commissioners, this exceptions-based ordinance does not work. There's no priority to the ordinance. There's no list of exceptions that we're supposed to apply to. It's whatever the staff believes may be a deviation from a guideline or a pole design guideline for the city. The second worst part about the exception is it requires the planning director in every case to determine that the pole cannot be denied because with an exception because it would violate state or federal law. Now, we know the planning director is a really bright guy, but he's not a federal judge and he doesn't wear robes to work every day. And he shouldn't be making a decision. Every one of Verizon Wireless's applications required 1 to 7 exceptions. And in each case, he had to decide if I deny this site, will I be violating federal law? Instead, you should be using a preference system. with the land use issues that you want, a preference system that is ranked, that does say that you want to go to industrial, commercial, and subsequent zones, that you have designs in a preference order so that we can submit alternatives analyses that list those preferences. I cannot overemphasize this. The exception process doesn't work, puts the city at the risk of appeals or litigation, and it doesn't guide either the staff or the carrier. So please ask your staff, ask your council why we don't use a preference system instead of an exception system. And if you don't understand the question, please ask it twice. Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate your efforts this evening, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maureen Cruzan. Maureen? I see that you are on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you so much. Good evening, commissioners and staff. My name is Maureen Cruzan, and I'm a municipal engagement partner with Verizon Wireless. We appreciate the opportunity to participate in this process as the city revisits the wireless ordinance. As I mentioned in the joint study session in November, Verizon several years ago identified a dire need in Palo Alto to expand capacity and improve our wireless network. Since that time, we've been working toward that goal with limited success, mainly due to unclear and overly restrictive location and design requirements, some examples of which you heard earlier from my colleague, Jeremy Stroop. Verizon only spends valuable capital building sites where we know they're needed. Based on our analysis of the consumer demand, we know that the Palo Alto community wants this service. The need for connectivity both at home and away continues to increase as people use their phones for calls, texts, internet access, as well as the use of all kinds of apps for things like mapping, email, ride sharing, and video conferencing. In addition, 88% of the 27.4 million 911 calls each year in California originates from a cell phone. We urge you to direct staff to update the code to provide clearer standards and guidance for everybody, for applicants, residents, and staff, so that together we can meet those communication needs. In the previous session, we heard commissioners express frustration that they don't know or understand what the carriers want or need. I recommend that the city host an educational session before the draft ordinance is finalized, sort of a wireless 101, where Verizon and the other carriers could share information about how our networks work and why we need to add to and expand them. And if you're interested in such a session, Verizon would be happy to reach out to the other carriers and make that request. Thank you all for your time tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alex Loop.
Good evening, commissioners. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
My name is Alex Loip, and I'm also with Verizon. I wanted to step back a little bit here, though, and sort of think about this from a higher level and from a little bit of a philosophical point of view, if I can. You know, Palo Alto isn't just any city. You know, Palo Alto has a storied history as one of the sort of these centers, the original centers of innovation in Silicon Valley. It created the entire industry we're now basically using to have this meeting, right? And so I think that tradition of innovation and embracing technology is something that shouldn't stop at 4G or at 5G even. And so, you know, as we're looking forward to the kind of policy that we want here in the city of Palo Alto, I think we need to think about the idea that policy is a statement of principles, a statement of intent. What kind of city does Palo Alto want to be? I can't imagine that the residents and the businesses of Palo Alto want other cities to move ahead, to leap ahead of them in terms of technology. You know, my colleagues here have done a very good job of talking about the details, you know, with the application process and the law and the work we're willing to do, you know, internally and with our partners to help educate policymakers and residents on what we're trying to do here. But I think that the numbers really speak for themselves. Since the guidelines have been in place in 2019, we've been able to site 3 small cells during a global pandemic where everything has moved online. 3 small cells. I can't imagine that that's an acceptable number, particularly when neighboring communities, San Jose, others, hundreds of small cells have been built. And it's not just about cell connectivity when you're on the go, but it's about a whole new home broadband service. Speeds are getting to the point where we can compete. Instead of Comcast, instead of an AT&T fiber or whoever, you can choose Verizon for your home broadband and get that delivered to you over the air instead of a line to your house, wires or whatever. That's choice I think people want. And so I just want to say philosophically, let's think about what kind of city Palo Alto wants to be, not just next year, not in 5 years, but in 10 years, because this is a long-term investment in the future of the city of Palo Alto. And so that's where I'd like to leave this. And again, thank you all for your time. And I do hope that we can continue to work together on this issue. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Chair Hackman, we don't have any raised hands.
All right, then I am going to conclude public comment. Thank you to the members of the public who spoke on this issue. I'm going to bring it back to the commissioners for discussion and to guide us in that. Mr. Ossing, do you want to? So we're not voting on an ordinance tonight, but do you want to give some guidance as to sort of what staff is hoping to achieve from the commission tonight to shape our discussion?
Sure, thank you. And so you're correct that we're not seeking a full recommendation this evening, but there may be some things that the commissioners, as they have read through the ordinance, they notice there's something that's maybe the grammar, or maybe there's something that's not very clear that could be more clear. We're looking for some feedback and direction on that. And then I think we also had mentioned about referrals. We are recommending that we include the PTC in there, but also can a director refer directly to the council? So maybe that might be one of the first things to provide direction on.
Thank you. Commissioners, who would like to lead off this discussion? Thank you, Vice Chair Rupavar.
I'm doing it if nobody wants to. Okay, I know that you guys staff was looking for feedback on the ordinance. So I went through and just flagged some areas that appeared vague. So I'll flag those for you. Section 18.42.110 wireless communication facilities, subsection A. Last section that says, although this section implements and references provisions of state and federal law, nothing in this section shall be interpreted to create an independent source of the rights provided an applicant by such state or federal law. That's like confusing for me. I don't know what you're referring to by independent source. If something is federally or state, like preempted by federal or state, then it's preempted by federal or state. So maybe just some sort of clarification on what you're getting at there, or maybe I'm just misinterpreting it. Also, subsection, same major section, and then subsection B1, where it defines antennas, and it says this definition does not include antennas designed for amateur or household use. I don't know if amateur. Could you mute your?
Yeah, Ms. Klachiva, if you can mute.
Oh, sorry.
No problem. No problem. The section that says it's designed for amateur household use. I don't know if amateur is a defined term, but if not, it's a bit vague. I don't know if you want to go for the term non-commercial, if that's what you mean. There's some vagueness. Section 4A, very minor, you're missing a period, which could throw off the meaning of the sentence after the word applies. Then this is a primary one, subsection 14 stealth, where you define it as means designed to look like something other than a WCF. I think that's extremely vague. I mean, it seems like the intent is to say concealment or camouflage as you do subsequently in the statute. So I would include that in that section to create a bit more definition. And then subsection 15, you're missing the word that, a modification that substantially changes in order to get the proper, sentence structure. And then you get to packet page 78. At the very top, subsection 3, it says the applicant shall submit a signed, complete, the city standard. The sentence doesn't make sense. I think you need to add application or remove, but that section doesn't make sense. This was on packet page 79. You refer to timeframes provided by state or federal law. I assume the reference is because those timeframes could change or not. I think it'd be helpful for anybody using this provision using this ordinance or referring to it for those timeframes to be included. But if there's concern that it could change or whatnot, then that makes sense. And then on packet page 81 through 82, there's a lot of reference to specific standards instead of objective standards. I think the word specific is unnecessary and confusing. Why not just say standards? Unless it's meant to refer to something specific, but it seems like it should just be standards. And that is, well, I'll just tell you this too. On packet page 88, you refer to, in section 3, you refer to section. In capital, I think it should be chapter. I think I'd be careful with, references to chapter and section throughout. So you don't just refer to to section 2 or section 3 when you mean to refer to the entire ordinance. That is it in terms of my feedback for the ordinance. And if staff can later get to this, I was maybe now or next time you bring it back, the question that one of the public participants raised regarding why we don't use a preference system and instead of an exceptions standard. If you could provide pros and cons of that and compare those for us, that could be interesting. I don't mean to put you on the spot and you probably won't be able to do it now, but maybe when you bring it back or something, understanding why we went with one or the other could be helpful. And then I'll just give you my off the cuff, just preliminary response to whether the director should be able to directly refer applications to city council. To me, it seems to make sense given the tight timeframes in order to help expedite processes and be able to have the discretion to do that. Of course, if my fellow commissioners, raise something that I haven't heard of, I'm open to changing my mind on that, but just a first blush, I think that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Commissioner Reckdahl.
I had the same question about the exception-based versus preference. Staff, can you discuss that at all? Is that something that you need to prep for?
I think we may need some additional time, but I know that we, to kind of get back. And I like the idea of the pros and cons. So certainly, we can come back to the commission with that.
I mean, when I look at the preference or the exception base, it seems to have a lot of overhead. Do you think it works well?
Well, I think that we've been trying to balance, certainly some of the desires of the community, and we have these federal and state laws that kind of guide some of the process, and especially with like the shot clock, for instance. So I think with that idea that in some ways it's working, but I think that's why we're looking into some revisions to make it more clear. So part of that preference that you don't see that's in the ordinance will be clarified more in the resolution. So a lot of those design preferences are located there, and the reason they're there is because we can amend that a little easier than, say, the ordinance.
This may just be a very hard problem, and that whatever option you pick is there's going to be pros and cons, and there's nothing where everything works perfectly. So I do look forward to hearing those pros and cons. With regard to the PTC, whether the staff can go directly to council. In theory, in principle, I would really like to see go to PTC and ARB, but I just don't think we have the time. So I think I would want to see the option that gives staff the option to do the route that they think is the best. I don't think we can always route it through PTC because of the schedule issues. The noise issues, Commissioner Chang mentioned on package page 104, they list the spec, and that, to me, it's unbounded. There's no maximum noise, and we know that these things don't have infinite noise. So there's really should be an upper bound to go with that. And Santa Clara County does have 45 dB at night. Salt Lake City does 30 dB, which is a very, very quiet. I think they're effectively, by putting that noise, they're instituting that you have to have a noiseless WCF and not one. But at least for us, we at least should have a 45 dB maximum. That's a reasonable amount of noise, and I don't see any reason to allow it to go higher than that. Another thing is a protection for tones. I walk along Alma, and there's a cell tower there that buzzes, and if that was in my backyard, it would drive me nuts. And I don't know if it's the fan is bad, but it makes this annoying tone. And the state or the Commonwealth of Massachusetts does have a noise requirement, and they go by octaves. And so they said that any octave can't have more than 3 dB than the next octave next to it. And by doing that, and that's for any noise, not just cell towers, it's any noise, you can't have any noise source that has more than 3 dB in one octave than the next one. And white noise isn't bad. I mean, people buy white noise machines to put in their bedroom at night, but no one puts something that goes whining at night. I mean, that would just be very bad to have near your house or even near the park. There's no need for that. So I really think we should mimic what Massachusetts is doing for the tonal and have octaves. Another thing is noise verification. So we have all these requirements. How do we verify that they are meeting the noise? Do we test that regularly, or do we just wait for public to complain about it and then go out and test it? What's the process for this? This is a question for staff.
Yes, thank you. So I know that we have that included as a condition of approval in the draft ordinance, but maybe Garrett, is there anything that we're doing currently for that?
Yeah, so our objective standards currently identify noise related to more so like the area around the antenna and whether or not it's going to result in some sort of kind of ambient increase over, I believe it's either 3 or 5 LDN or dB within that area. What we do require applicants to provide is an acoustical analysis of the equipment they're proposing. Everything that I've seen proposed so far from either AT&T and Verizon have put that the equipment itself produces about, I believe, if I remember correctly, 40 dB at the, on the face of the antenna itself. And then kind of around there, it would not necessarily be resulting in any sort of increase beyond that 3 decibel rating that we allow for in terms of the ambient area increases. I wouldn't be surprised, and unfortunately this is something probably about 10 years ago, if Commissioner Rectal, if the one you might have been talking about was on a wood utility pole. Do you remember on Alma Street? Was it on a wood
Yeah,
utility pole?
that's on a wood pole.
Right. So I do know that about 10-ish years ago, AT&T came in and put in a number of ODAS sites. Sorry, can you still hear me?
Yep.
Okay, sorry, my internet connection was going in and out. They put in a number of ODAS sites, which are basically kind of the preliminary aspects, or sorry, preliminary installations to these kind of small cell right-of-way applications that we anticipate or have received or anticipate in the coming years. And from what I've just seen, observing them on the field, they do not necessarily have the same kind of stealth design in place as what we see for some of these newer antennas. And additionally, given that these things may be, very old, it's possible they may be also becoming, less functionally, less optimally functional.
A lot of the noise sounds like it's coming from a fan, and fans age. And so I'm worried that you put this in and it has low noise, and then 2 years later it's making noise. And so unless we go out and check this regularly, how do we know that we don't have a whole bunch of cell towers out there making a bunch of noise?
Mm-hmm. Right. So we don't have staff on, we don't have staff who do that. It's primarily on a complaint-based basis, kind of on a complaint basis that we would go out and inspect the site and determine whether or not it's conforming to our noise ordinance requirements.
Is that something that we should be doing, going out? And how many cell towers do we have in the city? Do you know?
For the right-of-way installations, right now we have, if I remember correctly, between 110 and 116. Primarily, the majority of them are these ODAS sites from about 10-ish years ago. There's about 70 to 75 of them. And then in the last 6 years, there have been these small cell installations, 19 of which are in the downtown for Crown Castle. 10 have been approved by AT&T in the downtown. 3 from Verizon have been approved in the downtown-ish area along Middlefield, and then also next to Channing House. So there's a fair amount of them that are out there. It seems to me, at least, that the majority of them may be these older facilities.
Okay, so what fees do we charge the cell companies? Do we charge them for ongoing maintenance or work, or is it just an installation fee?
So when they submit an application, there is a planning entitlement application fee. I believe that electric utilities has a yearly kind of lease fee that they charge in order to locate on the pole. And so I believe Mr. McKernan or Mr. Yuan would probably be able to answer that question a little bit better for any sort of ongoing fees. But in terms of permit fees the city receives, it's primarily those upfront costs of submitting an application for staff to review on the planning entitlement side, and then the building permit side. There are not necessarily fees associated or collected by those two specific departments or groups after the fact. And that's pretty typical for like any commercial construction. If someone builds a new building, we'll usually assess those permit fees during the review process, and then afterwards, any fees collected will probably be things more like utilities or any sort of taxes, I guess I would say.
So I have a few comments to jump in here. And it's related to the specifics of those older AT&T locations. If my recollection is correct, one of the conditions that the city added into that project was that several of the sites have battery backups, so that if power went down, the cell sites would continue to function. And it's actually those batteries that require fans. And since then, I don't think we've been including batteries as part of the design that we're seeking. And so I think most of the new designs, I think maybe all of them are fanless. So they shouldn't have those same sorts of issues. But if there is some sort of noise problem or something where the equipment isn't functioning properly and the city becomes aware of that, then it would be, we don't collect fees, for the maintenance because it's the private entities and responsibility to maintain that, and they do have a responsibility to keep it in good working order.
So if the public complains, then we send someone out to see whether the complaint is legit, and then if we think it's legit, then they tell AT&T fix your box.
Yes, essentially.
Okay.
Well, I'm sure I'm sure AT&T also has some facility for the public to complain directly to them, and then they could send someone out too. But if the complaint came to us, that's the process we would follow.
Okay. Now you mentioned battery backup in Palo Alto Hills. That's mandatory now, isn't it, to have battery backup for all cell towers?
I don't know about that.
The CUP did that a year and a half ago. In all the fire risk areas, you have to have 72 hours of backup.
If you'd like, I can explain a little bit about that CPUC order. So that is in certain high fire threat areas, there has to be some sort of backup power. It doesn't have to be a battery necessarily, and there are some exceptions to which types of facilities might be required. It will depend a little bit on feasibility. Sometimes, like sites in the right of way, there's just not room for any backup, or other factors. But typically, in implementing that requirement, you've seen a lot of macro cell sites have cities get applications for backup generators. That's been mostly what we've seen in other cities.
Does Palo Alto have any limits? If you have a backup generator, that's going to be pretty noisy. Do we have any guidelines or requirements for those backup generators?
Well, there are two ways that I don't know specifically in your code. It would if you got an application, it may qualify as an eligible facilities request, actually, because it would be a modification to an existing facility. That they often come in that way, and so that would be one possibility. Another is there's a state law, a temporary state law that is sort of similar to an eligible facilities request kind of law, that's only in effect for another this year and next year, that would require you to approve certain types of macro cell tower backup generators. So there depends on how the application comes in and what's being done, how it would be processed, and to what extent you would have local authority to deny it.
Okay, I have some more, but I'll hand it off to someone else for now.
Commissioner Lowing.
Thanks. Yeah, I have quite a few as well. I'm reluctant to get into a lot of wordsmithing of the ordinance tonight and consider more of the big pictures that we want to get into the ordinance, which I think is kind of what you requested here. So, at base, on lot of pages, at base, we had to come up with objective standards because of federal laws. And then the lawsuit from the court said, no, just kidding, we don't have to do that. So the simple way of thinking about that is, well, we just revert to completely subjective laws and we're good to go. But it seems like the trend here of what staff is trying to create is kind of a combination of both. Some objectivities, I'm not talking about the shot clocks and applications, but the regulations. Some combination of objective and subjective. If that's what I'm hearing, is that correct?
I mean, yes. I mean, there's certain standards have numerical values, and those are going to be objective, and some others are going to be more subjective. But I think, yes, based off of the court's decision, that especially you'll see this more in the resolution. We are looking at some subjective type of standards.
Yeah, and by the way, that resolution was not redlined, so I didn't see that as being something you wanted to discuss tonight.
That's correct. We are going to the ARB for their input on the resolution and then coming back to the PTC with the ordinance.
Okay, because I had some questions on that, but I'm holding. So there's a lot of discussion here, for example.
Commissioner Lowing, we're having that issue with your microphone when you turn your head to the left, I think.
I can't do this, so I'll have to do whatever I can. So there's some, on page 65 and 66, there's discussion, we've been talking around this, but referrals for tier 2 applications, should they go to ARB or PTC? Bracketing who they should go to for a minute. They seem to go somewhere, and the language says that the director has the sole discretion to refer applications to ARB for tier 2. I presume that means applications with exceptions. That's the intent there. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to refer them. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it remains unchanged in tier 1 and tier 3 over on page 66. But as we've certainly heard from public comment from carriers and the public and from letters that would come in, that nobody's happy with the system that's happening right now. So whatever the director is currently in his sole discretion referring to ARB, one simple process is to say that those go to ARB because he wants their opinion. They make a decision and they send it directly to council themselves to hopefully go on the consent calendar, and that would make things a lot faster. So that's just a suggestion, but I guess I'm suggesting that you start with a whiteboard on how should this process really happen with exceptions. And there's been a couple of excellent comments, from Commissioner Chang and then the gentleman from Verizon discussing this preference system, and in Commissioner Chang's case, a weighting system. Let's weight what's important, so it's pretty clear. And maybe too many things don't even have to go to ARB, or if we would prefer that, because that's a more democratic way than just having the director decide on every one, then we could streamline this, which I think is the goal that we want to hear from all sides of this discussion, while maintaining the standards of aesthetic values and safety and noise. So that's one thing I would like to see kind of start from scratch to come up with the right answers. You don't have to talk about that now, but just figure out a way to best streamline it. Very sympathetic to the comments on noise, public comment on having 100 feet instead of 20 feet, which is in the ordinance. I know there's some constraints on what we can't do, but it seems like we could put in whatever we want to get a little bit more space between residences. And if we want to wait, that we'd rather have things away from residences, we don't have to cite 5 different examples of health scares, but we can just be cautious. So I think we should be cautious. Because the radiation issue is not fake, and we want to be able to address that. The situation as it's coming in now of the co-location and commercial buildings, it seems like far superior to poles. On the other hand, we now have a lot of poles, and some people, some are put there, and there's a lot more poles. And they are, by the way, generally further away from the homes than 20 feet. So I think that's a good direction. One thing I wanted to reference back on page 80, which is in the ordinance, is the middle of the page said the director is authorized to retain on behalf of the city an independent qualified consultant to review technical aspects, et cetera. And I was interested in at what point would that trigger be pulled? What would we be looking for in some situations versus some other situations when we wouldn't do that? So if anybody has a ready answer to that, that'd be appreciated.
Yeah, so the consultant that we use is CTC, Columbia Telecommunications Corporation, and we've utilized them through the right-of-way applications that we've received so far for AT&T and Verizon. So AT&T Cluster 1, which was submitted in 2019 after we adopted our first objective standards in conformance with the FCC rule at the time. And then afterwards, in 2020, we received Verizon Cluster 4. So clusters 1, 2, and 3 were submitted prior to the objective standards requirements, cluster 4 and 5 were submitted after. So during the period where we needed to follow through on our objective standards. So I guess, to one part of the, go ahead, sorry.
I was gonna say, so it's basically new equipment as it comes around?
Yeah, it's primarily been reserved for right-of-way applications because of the proximity for those facilities to the public. We have used it in other instances on private property as well when there are brand new installations on rooftops where they're not currently existing wireless antenna. But in the recent years, meaning the last 2 years that we've been reviewing some of these applications, we primarily utilize them for the right-of-way applications, them being CTC to do technical analysis of the proposals.
Okay, fine. That's all for now. I'll hear from other colleagues.
Commissioner Suma.
Thank you. And I want to start out by thanking the members of the public and acknowledging some of the very specific and detailed concerns that Mr. Stroop, I believe his name was, expressed. I'm concerned about that, but I think I have to entrust staff to look at those comments. They're so specific to a process I haven't used that it's hard for me to evaluate it and take them seriously and see if those things he mentioned can be improved that were so specific. I was also very taken by some of the points Mr. Ross made, and I'm going to try to weave those into my comments, but and forgive me if it's a little disorganized, and because I didn't find the staff report very helpful in like an order and organization that should speak to this thing. So, but I'll just plunge right in. The first thing that I wanted to acknowledge was to support staff's timeline on this. I think it's important for all parties that we stick to that at June date. So thank you for doing that. And I'm also interested in adding something to the ordinance. And if I missed it and it's there, forgive me. And that is a acknowledgement sort of that our main goal here is to expedite the applications and make sure that they aren't as far away from residents as they can be. So, and I think one of the ways to do that is to have a 100-foot minimum distance. Before, when we saw this, there was a 20-foot distance that was suggested, and that wasn't very well supported in terms of expressing ranges that would work. And it seems like now the public and people are kind of landing on 100 feet. And some of I believe our newest colleague, I think, might have mentioned that. And I think there's another thing that has come up, and that's that there's a large group of poles, I think it's 500 or so, that are sort of these preferred poles because they are, and it's a large group of them, they're located in areas where they don't have a conflict with residences. So I would also prioritize using those poles as much as possible first. And, if they don't fully cover the distances or areas needed, then of course we would have to look at other locations. So those are some of my, and I think the way we're going to do this best is by having subjective aesthetics and utilizing what the Ninth Circuit Court gave us back, that and locations. And when it comes to aesthetics and locations, I think that kind of ties into the referrals question. And I agree, I think, with my colleague, Commissioner Lowing. I don't see that these would necessarily have to go to PTC and ARB. I think once we have good standards for the locations, and that involves not near residents is in using the 500 poles, I'll call them. I think that then the only standard left that would need, so the idea was that PTC would look at locations and ARB would look at aesthetics. I think the standard then becomes this issue of whether the facility is visible from inside the house. And I think that's an aesthetic standard. And I think that the ARB can cover both of those things at that point, both of those issues, and we can expedite this and get it done quicker, which seems to be an issue here. So now, let's see. Now there's kind of an issue that's arisen that's kind of grouped, a few things are grouped together, and they have to do with noise and maintenance and operational efficiency and standards of these devices. So with regards to that, I very much appreciate the very detailed information from our newest colleague who suggested 45 decibels. I have to admit, you lost me at 3 tones only per octave, but it sounds good. I don't know. And I think if 45 is a standard that we can provide of noise decibel level to our residents and business community, I think that would be super great, because it is very hard for the city to monitor and enforce decibel levels. So starting with a lower baseline, I think will be more successful for everyone. And I also wanted to mention with regards to maintenance, and I think I brought this up in 2020, but something a member of the public said reminded me of this, and that is shared poles, and these are mostly out in the hills, and and then Ms. Karish also mentioned that the CPUC orders about these facilities because they're in fire threat areas. And I believe there might be an issue with undergrounding them in those locations being much safer. So if I'm correct about that, maybe we can look into that. And then another question I think is, have we set this up? And this is not really the PTC's purview, but it's been mentioned also this evening. And that is, are we making sure that the maintenance, ongoing maintenance is expedited and paid for by the owners of the facilities? And are we getting the right sort of fees for these facilities at the time of installation, but more importantly on an annual basis? And let's see. So next, I did that already. Share polls, did that already. I think I've covered everything from all my notes from now. So I'll leave it at that for right now. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Chair. So I agree with everything that Commissioner Suma said. And so I don't want to repeat it all. I would just like to say that I agree with everything that she said, but I do want to emphasize 2 things in particular. One is, this seems like it has been a long time in it's been a long time since 2019. So I fully support staff's timeline that's proposed to get this, done by June. So that seems like it would just make everybody happier. It would make all the public commenters happier. And I agree, because right now there's just too much ambiguity in what's going on. Then the second thing I wanted to say is, it seems that there's a lot of, thank you to all the public commenters. And I would like to recommend that staff meet with our interested citizens. It's difficult to have a dialogue. And you can tell just from what both Verizon and some of our interested citizens have said that there needs to be a little bit more dialogue. And I would recommend that staff meet with both parties to understand what we really should be doing with this ordinance. So I believe staff has been in conversation with the telecommunications companies. And because we're doing that, I think it's really important to meet with our really credible and extremely knowledgeable citizens group, United Neighbors. And that way we'll get to a solution where everyone's needs are met and we maintain community trust. Because what I don't want to happen is a group of citizens who are feeling like they're not heard, continually trying to stop any telecommunications or WC apps from going up, because as Verizon mentioned, we do need them. And so I think that the most expeditious way to get this done in a way where there's not a big uproar would be for staff to meet with United Neighbors so that we make sure that the discussion happens so that we're not leaving something on the table. Like, it just sounds like there's areas of agreement and areas where there could be even more agreement. So that's my big comment. Thank you.
Other commissioners. All right, I will go while we see if any other commissioners want to make comments. And I think Commissioner Reckdahl indicated that he had some more comments on a second round. So we'll come back to you and anyone else. So my ambitions and goals for this wireless ordinance are really no different than they were when this last came to us in February of 2020. And as I stated then, as I stated earlier, there are two goals. The first is to have a lawful ordinance that does not expose the city to litigation that the city will lose. And in that regard, I have seen in the public comments the two letters that Mr. Albritton referenced in his remarks tonight from, I think it was December 2nd and earlier today. And those letters reference his opinion as to a number of provisions that he contends would violate law. And I want to make clear, I am expressing no opinion whatsoever, agreeing or disagreeing with any of those. My only point in bringing them up is I'm confident that our city attorney and our outside counsel are going to study each and every one of those. And to the extent they find them well-founded, that they're going to make an adjustment in our ordinance, our draft ordinance, so that we're not exposed to litigation we can lose. The second goal I have is to have a reasonable permit process set forth in the ordinance that would result in the citizens of Palo Alto and its businesses having access to the best technology available. And so here I have a number of items I want to mention. A couple of, a minor, well, not a minor one, but a short one first. Regarding noise, responding to a question Commissioner Chang asked earlier, I do a lot of work in the unincorporated county, and I happen to know their noise regulations very well. And they do have, as you described, in residential zones at the property line, a maximum decibel, maximum 55 dB daytime and 45 dB nighttime. So those are correct figures that you heard. But those only apply in the unincorporated areas, and every city within the county has the right and has, I believe, set their own decibel limits. Now, I don't know what Palo Alto's are. I think we have city staff here who might be able to tell us that. But I would also be interested in knowing from city staff, if we have those decibel limits, that are generally applicable, is it allowable to set different decibel limits specifically for facilities related to wireless communication? I have some concern that that may not be okay, but that's something that we could look into. Ms. Tanner, do we have noise standards for residential districts day and night?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think we could answer that question just to try to explain what our current noise ordinance is in the city. And then I did also want to know, we have utility staff who can explain the questions regarding the maintenance and ongoing fees for maintenance of facilities, if folks are interested in hearing that as well. Sheldon, do you want to take the noise ordinance question? I'm not sure if Mr. Yang wants to, or we have a lot of folks
I'm trying to,
here,
I'm trying to
so
look that
who
up.
would like to talk about the noise ordinance?
I'm trying to look it up in the code.
Because I know part of it is about the ambient levels. There's ambient levels, and then kind of how, when you have equipment that's producing noise, kind of how far that can reach and what distances.
Maybe while Mr. Ossing is
Yeah, I
looking
think
that up, we
Amy's
could
provided that.
We could.
Yeah, hear from utilities about the pool maintenance.
Yeah. Yes.
Perhaps.
Yes, please.
And was that
I think
Dave?
Jim
Were you
Fleming.
going to do that?
I think Jim Fleming
Okay,
was gonna
thank
do
you,
that.
Jim. Okay.
Yes, my name's Jim Fleming. I'm an analyst with the Utilities Department. Commissioners Summa and Reckdahl brought up earlier the fees that are collected related to the pole attachments. There is a master license agreement with the carriers. And under that agreement, they have to pay $270 per pole per year, plus any energy consumption charges. And that is based on any electric rate changes year to year too. So there is a license fee that's paid on an annual basis by the carrier. In addition,
and is that a cost recovery fee, or is that a cost recovery fee, or is that just something where we're charging rent basically?
Yeah, there's a little bit of history to this in terms of what we can charge, but based on the 2018 small cell order by the FCC, the $270 is a safe harbor number. And coincidentally, our fee was already at that level when the order was issued in 2018.
Great. And then we thought that perhaps, Ms. Karsh, if you could perhaps address the question about having a decibel level that's distinct for wireless facilities. I think that was part of the chair's question.
Or if I can just add on that 270 rate, that is, so the FCC order said that reinterpreted some other provisions of federal law and basically said that the rate that could be charged for use of city-owned infrastructure in the public right-of-way had to be cost-based, and that the safe harbor is $270. But you also already had under state law a limitation that you could only charge a cost-based rental rate for use of utility poles under a state law that was adopted in 2011. That the impact of the federal law was really just to affect the rental charge for the use of light poles. There's a separate state law that has a formula for calculating the rental rate for utility poles. Outside of the public right-of-way, it's a different scenario. There's no limitation. It's a market negotiation for, if you were to have a facility on a rooftop of City Hall or something like that, or in a park. With respect to the decibel levels, there isn't a clear answer. There are some, if I take, for example, what happened in the FCC order, on small cells, the initial order had a number of criteria, two of which were rejected by the Ninth Circuit. So one was that the standards had to be objective, but the other one was that is more relevant to your question, at least with respect to small cells, is that the standards, the aesthetic standards or design standards had to be no more burdensome on the wireless installation than similar infrastructure. So the understanding of that was really, it would go to your point, you couldn't have a noise standard that was more burdensome for the wireless facilities than the utility, the electric facilities that are on the same pole, for example. That was also struck down by the Ninth Circuit. And so I think it would just be a general matter of whether there was some basis of making a discrimination claim or something like that, but there's nothing really specifically addressing that issue head on. And certainly, there is a requirement still, both in state law and just in the FCC order with respect to small cells, that any requirements that you have be reasonable, right? So if you were to set a standard that just there's no one could meet, that would be technically infeasible and not reasonable.
Thank you. Mr. Ossing, were you able to find those current Palo Alto decibel limits?
Yes, so there are a couple of locations where they're in the comprehensive plan, as well as in the implemented by the municipal code in chapter 9.10. But the greatest reference we have for you, commissioners, is on packet page 104. We do summarize that in the what is now the objective standards resolution that talks about a residential area's average of 24-hour noise level, and that's the LDN at or below 60 decibels for noise generated by WCF equipment. Should not cause the night average to exceed 60 dB or increase by 5 dB or more.
That's the footnote at the bottom of page 104. Thank you.
That's correct. So that's the standard that we are publishing.
All right. Before I continue my comments, I do want to note it's 10 o'clock. And so I would like to pause briefly and take the commission's temperature here. And I'm going to lead off by giving my view. I think we've already heard from a couple commissioners the importance of keeping this wireless ordinance on track moving forward. We have impacted schedule at the PTC with a special meeting next week, followed by a regular meeting that I expect to be full on the 26th. And we have on our agenda tonight the election of a new chair, which I'm looking forward to, and I think it's important that we accomplish that tonight as well. So I'm hoping, commissioners, that you'll all be agreeable to keep going until at least 11, and we can check in again then. But I'm open to hear any objections to that plan. Commissioner Lowing.
Not an objection, just a question of, in the text of the packet, it talked about making motions, but it also talked about a second hearing. So is there an option to do the motions in the second hearing, or is that mandatory tonight to do in the first hearing?
Yeah, I think we'd like to, so maybe it's a good time to take that pause and talk about it more. So we've heard some discussion about noise. We heard about maybe a 45 dB. We'd like to hear from the entire commission. Maybe there's a motion or a straw vote on, is the 45 dB, is that something that we should pursue in standards? And the other thing I also heard was about the buffer distance from residential, where we have 20 feet now, and I heard 100 feet. So is there maybe a preference for the commission there that we could get some direction on to explore?
I think I would also just add procedurally, what we would do today is close this hearing and then come back and we would have adjusted and amended the ordinance. And so the next hearing would be new information. We would take public comment again. So certainly we want to hear, we have heard some ideas and areas of sound like consensus. So if you did hear something that, a couple of your colleagues were agreeing with, but you don't agree with, you might want to know that, because we might mistake that for consensus as like that's a direction the commission is wanting us to go. In addition to the couple items that Sheldon enumerated, but we would close this hearing, and the second hearing would be a new hearing with a new staff report and new amended ordinance based.
So I think the answer was that staff would like motions. So maybe as part of our ongoing comments, Chair Heckman, we could start making motions.
All right, well, we can certainly move in that direction. Let's get through the kind of the first round of comments first. So I will continue then. So regarding noise, I'm not supportive of a special noise level just for wireless facilities. It doesn't make sense to me if we're trying to protect somebody that any other mechanism or activity can make a certain amount of noise, but a wireless facility in the exact same location has to make less noise than is otherwise determined to be tolerable. If we think our noise ordinance doesn't adequately protect our residents, then by, for example, comparison to the county standard, because ours apparently is higher, then we need to look overall at the noise ordinance. So that's my thought on that. Regarding the 20-foot, I just want to 20-foot versus, we've heard a couple of times 100-foot tonight. This issue came up in February of 2020. And in February 2020, just like tonight, we were only dealing with the wireless ordinance. In my memory, and I did just review the minutes, the verbatim minutes, was back in 2020. It turns out that 20-foot requirement is not in the wireless ordinance, the piece that we have in front of us. And so there were members of the public who in 2020 said, hey, that 20 feet should be larger. And there were a couple of commissioners who expressed some interest in that. But my memory is that what we were told by staff is that's not on the agenda tonight. It's a different regulation or resolution or ordinance. And so even though there was some interest in pursuing that, it ultimately didn't make it into the motions. And so I think we should have some clarification from staff and perhaps legal counsel on that issue. Is that an appropriate topic for conversation and a motion tonight or not?
All right, Mr. Yang, do you want to take this?
Yeah, I think it is an appropriate topic. I'll have to go back and look at the minutes from 2020 because I don't recall exactly how that came up, but I understand, some standards are contained in a resolution that's referenced in the ordinance. And it's not part of the ordinance itself, but it is referenced therein. And I think it's fine, for the commission to provide that direction regardless of where it's going to end up.
All right, thank you. All right, so then in that issue, if there is interest among other commissioners in pursuing a greater distance, when this comes back to us, I'd like to understand why 20 feet was selected and is approved by the council, and what is the impact on the ability of Palo Altans to get access to the best technology if that is extended to 100 feet or whatever number that majority of the commissioners want to direct staff to pursue. So that's that issue. Regarding the referral issue, so the way I've seen this handled in other contexts is to ask the question, what issues predominate in the particular application? So if on a particular application, the big issues, the primary issues had to do with design, then that could go to ARB, as I understand, since that's the direction things have been going anyway. Alternatively, if the predominant issues had to do with location and not design, then that's a planning issue, and I think that should come to the PTC. And if it's a toss-up, then I think you go to the council. But I mean, I think our current process has things routed to the ARB, so they end up with non-design issues. And I don't think it's desirable for the ARB to deal with planning issues or the PTC to deal with design issues. So where you really have serious issues on both, I think that the director should have discretion to recognize that and send it straight to council. So that's my thought on that. So the couple other issues that I kind of bigger picture issues that I have on a reasonable permit process. And the first is this exception-based process as it's been described tonight. So our process essentially creates a box. And if your application fits neatly into that box, then it's pretty smooth sailing to get your permit. And it happens fairly quickly from what I can tell. But if you don't fit in the box, you need an exception. And that's when more information is necessary and things start to slow down. So the problem I see with our system, as I understand it has been implemented so far, is that the box is tiny. And so almost anything that a carrier is likely to propose is going to not fit in the box. And it's going to require one exception, or I think I read somewhere, as many as 7 exceptions. And so when that happens, the exception is becoming the rule. And to me, that is not a good ordinance. And I was thinking, if that's how we had our ADU ordinance, right, our citizens would not tolerate that. That there's almost no chance that they can have a smooth process. And by the way, if they didn't respond to comments within 90 days, they have to start over again. So I don't understand. I don't think that there's any scenario where that's a good process. Now, I'm not saying that the solution is to go to the preference-based. I don't know. I'm interested in staff looking at that, but I think another way to approach this is just to make the box bigger so that not almost everything needs an exception. So that's one concern I have with the way the ordinance is drafted. And the other big issue I have, and I raised this 2 years ago, is with the alternatives requirement that, let me quickly find it here. It is on packet page 79. And it is part of, these are the WCF application requirements, items 11 and 12. So when a carrier comes in, they've gone through an analysis to figure out where they want their facility. And they come in and they want to apply for that. And what 11 and 12 require is when they propose that, they also have to provide an alternatives analysis. And I don't have an issue with that concept. My concern is the way the ordinance is written, and maybe I've missed it, or maybe it's in the checklist, but there's no guidance as to the extent of the alternatives analysis. How many, I mean, you know, there are somewhere between 10 and infinite other possible locations within a given area that you could stick an antenna. How many of those are we going to require an applicant to analyze, and in what depth are we going to require them to analyze them? Again, if that information is outside of this ordinance, but in another codified document, then maybe those concerns are satisfied. But it's not a good process if there's no guidance to the applicant on what is needed to have a complete application. It's not okay if they think three alternatives are sufficient, and staff in one instance says, no, you need 5. And in a different instance, they say, no, you need 7. So we need to have rules that are clear for everybody so that they know what's expected. And those rules have to be reasonable. So 2 years ago, I suggested as an analogy, you know, we look at CEQA in EIRs, you require a reasonable range of alternatives, and it describes not the full analysis of the primary permit, but a lesser analysis. I had suggested that as maybe the kind of standard that would be workable here. So I'm interested in having the process streamlined in that way to make clear to applicants what's necessary, so that the applicant knows what to turn in and staff knows what they're looking for. Those were, I think, all of my, I forgot to mention. I did earlier in the week send to Mr. Ossing and staff about 10 pages of the draft ordinance with minor non-substantive changes suggested. These are along the lines of what Vice Chair Ropovar went through here. I chose to I didn't want to take the PTC's time to go through these, you know, minor word selection issues, but those are available to my fellow commissioners and the public to take a look at. But I did submit those. So those are my thoughts and comments and possible direction on some of these items that we've been talking about. So other commissioners, Commissioner, I don't see him. Looking for Commissioner Reckdahl. Did he? Oh, there you are. You're not, I don't know why you're not on my list. Oh, you're at the bottom there. Did you have some other, you had mentioned earlier, you might
on
have
the
some
bottom
other...
of your list, Bart?
Yeah.
First, let me just respond to what Bart was saying. You know, we're not trying to get a pound of flesh out of the applicants. We're trying to get the best design. And if they have different options to pick from, if they can do it with reduced analysis, we should allow that reduced analysis. Eventually, when we narrow it down, we're going to want the full analysis. But why do that? You're just wasting labor if we're looking at alternatives. Okay, let's see. Other stuff to deal with. Aesthetics, you know, some of these mock-ups are really ugly. I'm not sure what we can do about it. I mean, that may be out of our capability. Let's talk about undergrounding. What does that buy you if you still have the antenna up top? Is it just that you're trying to shrink the bulb around the antenna? I'm not sure if Gail could answer this, or Sheldon,
Yeah, I mean, so there's equipment that's associated with the antenna itself. So the antenna can't be undergrounded. That's going to be, you know, on top of the facility. But the other associated equipment that would otherwise be at ground level, say at, you know, adjacent to a sidewalk or whatever, it could be in an underground vault. So that would be undergrounded and out of view.
Okay, so these pictures that I see have an antenna at the top of a pole and there's kind of a bulb under it. Is that all the equipment or is there additional equipment on the ground?
Are you looking at pictures that are in the packet or?
This was in some public comment. There was some mock-ups that were sent out, and I'm not sure if they were generated by the by Verizon or where this was. So
you might be looking at the Verizon letter from December 2nd. Is that, I think you're referring to that.
But I mean, just generic question is that if I'm putting something on the top of the pole, I have an antenna and there's some electronics that goes with it. Is that all the electronics in the small cell, or is there additional electronics that is not on top of that pole?
Commissioner, I'll jump in real quick. Are you talking about wooden utility poles? Well, Gregory McKernan, Utility Electric.
No, I'm talking about the light poles.
Oh, the street lights. Okay.
Yeah.
I think the Crown Castle node that went in 2016 has these faux mailboxes that are used for the ground mounted equipment for the radios. There's two components, an antenna and a radio. For the most part, I believe that bar the Crown Castle node that went in 2016, the new ones are integrated radio and antenna. So everything that you see on the top of the pole should be the equipment.
I think what Mr. McKernan was saying is that some installations and maybe previous ones had some ground mounted equipment. So there was both equipment at the top and then some equipment that was lower on the pole. Is that right, Greg?
Yeah.
When you're talking about the mailbox.
Yes.
Yeah.
In some things like utilities, I really like to see undergrounded. It really helps the aesthetics. But if you're gonna have this ugly pole sticking up there with the antenna on top and you're just making it a little thinner, it seems like you're doing a lot of work on the undergrounding and not getting much benefit.
So part of it will depend on the application and what antennas are being used. That has an impact on both the size and the type of equipment that might be used, the size of the antennas, the equipment that might be used, whether there's any backup power. You have your own electric utility, so you have more kind of control in your city with respect to what meters might be available. But in other cities, sometimes you see a large ground mounted meter because the utility, investor owned utility doesn't allow for a smart meter or a wire, an unmetered rate, right? Sometimes there's a flat rate service available, sometimes not. So there can be a lot of variability, but basically you typically will see the antenna, some radio unit either with the antenna or separate, and either pole mounted equipment on the side of the pole. Sometimes you see a lot designs that have a large base that puts the equipment in the base of the pole. Sometimes it's a fake post mailbox or some other sort of design like that, or sometimes underground.
Okay, I want to move on since we're kind of short of time here. At the last council study session, some of the council members talked about a minimum height, that they wanted to move all the antennas up above eye view. So as you're walking down the street, they're not in your field of view. Do we have any requirements on height right now, or we can put it anywhere?
I would say, I think maybe there's a question there about the height on the pole, but then also the height of the poles themselves. And depending on what type of pole it is, that height can vary. And so, for example, downtown, there might be certain types of light poles. We would want those light poles typically to be replaced with new poles, but we would want them to be the same height. And so that could be a bit of a challenge, just, and then most light poles are pretty high up. And so perhaps thinking about where on that pole is the minimum height of the equipment mounted. I don't know, Sheldon, if we have a minimum height or if typically it just varies from one pole to the next, depending on the specifics of that pole.
I mean, we do have standards for poles. We do have that in our resolution. So under
where's that at?
So like packet page 101, for instance, that's in the resolution regarding height. So like for streetlight poles, maximum height shall not exceed 3 feet from the top of the streetlight pole.
Yeah, but this was the opposite. The council members were saying they wanted it higher because then it's out of the field of view. And we don't have any requirements on height right now.
Yeah, I think to your point, it's probably pushing it downwards instead of upwards, it sounds like. So maybe that would be, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so let's move on. Staff, on packet page 67, staff resources was an issue. Is hiring more staff an option? Could we hire hourlies to do this, to process these applications? Or is there some skill that you have to have a dedicated full-time employee to do this?
I think certainly there could be different staffing models to look at. I think, part of that would be, whether it's staff or consultants that are processing the applications. And for the planning portion of it, when we're reviewing it, we would need to only charge fees that are associated with that performance of those reviews. And so whether it's staff or consultants, it could be, dedicated person or persons to review these applications. We probably don't have enough to make it a full-time job for one person to do. We wouldn't want to hire a new staff person just to do this. And so we could look at that and make sure that our fees and everything align with the resources that would be needed.
Okay. Next question is the independent experts. On packet page 79, they talk about hiring independent experts to give us opinion. And I really like that. On packet page 63, where the applicant says, oh, it's not technically possible to do anything but this. Right now, we just have to take their word for it. And I would like to see that to also have external confirmation that it's not feasible. So that's on number 13 on packet page 61. I think hiring outside help to give us technical expertise here would be value added. And then similarly, packet page 78, number 7, same thing, is that there's a periodic report there, and that periodic report appears to be able to just be done by the cell company. And again, I think we would be well served to either have a staff person do this or have an independent company. Because if the whole purpose of this periodic report is to verify that everything's working properly, and I'd feel better, again, I think it'd be value added to pay that money. And so our fees really should anticipate where will we need additional help and what costs would those fees, and those fees should be structured to get us to pay for the experts we need to manage these technical processes. Okay, and that's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang. Did you mean to have your hand up?
Yes, I did. Sorry about that. I forgot to unmute. I wanted to check in, and my understanding was that we were trying to make some motions. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to go out there because I think there's consensus on some stuff. I'm going to go out there and lay it out there and see if we can at least give some concrete direction to Mr. Hussing here. Okay, so I would like to make a motion to recommend that we establish a minimum distance of at least 100 feet. And in doing so, prioritize the use of these 500 poles that we've seen on prior public comments that are not located so close to residences. and I'm lumping this in there too, that the goal of the ordinance should be to prioritize locating poles away from residences. And I am open to amendments because I'm not good at making motions.
Second.
Motion in a second. Thank you. I appreciate the focus of the motion. I think this is the right way to go about this, is take these discrete issues, motion after motion, and get through these things that we've talked about. So I appreciate the form of the motion. Commissioners, any discussion on this particular motion? All right, then Ms. Kucheva, can we have a roll call?
Oh, you know, I would like to have this discussion. Can you read the motion again?
I will try. To recommend that we establish a minimum distance of at least 100 feet from residences, and that we prioritize the use of these 500 poles that are not located next to residences. And that, in addition, the goal of the ordinance overall should be to prioritize locating poles away from residences.
Can I have a friendly amendment to say investigate? Because in the last meeting, when was that, in February, we had that plot that showed basically there'd be whole neighborhoods where you wouldn't be able to place poles, and that kind of scares me. You know, if we were in Atherton, I think 100 is the right answer. I'm not sure if we can make 100 work in Palo Alto. I would like to see something bigger than 20, but we also can't have whole neighborhoods without cell towers.
Yes, I would accept that friendly amendment. I think that Commissioner Suma at some point at a meeting, at that same meeting, had suggested, can we do some analysis to figure out, you know, what the gradations were, except that I also believe that I saw some, yeah, so yes, I would accept that. But the reason I suggested 100 was because I believe I saw I was in some email flow with Mr. Sauls where there are 500 poles identified throughout Palo Alto that are, you know, 100 feet away. So that seems like plenty given the volume that we're talking about here. But yes, I think the analysis would be warranted because we wouldn't want dead spots.
Okay. Thank you. Then I support that.
So we have the amendment proposed, agreed to by the motion maker. It now goes to the maker of the second, Commissioner Suma. Are you okay with the proposed friendly amendment?
I am okay with that. I mean, the goal is to find the right distance, not to find the wrong distance.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Then if I could, I just want to make sure I understand that the motion now is not to change the 20 feet to 100, but rather to investigate changing the 20 to 100 feet. Is my understanding the same as everyone else's?
Yeah, my concern then is, well, if they say 100 doesn't work, do we want them to find something that works? That becomes a bigger task, but it'd be a more useful task. What do you think, Commissioner Chang?
So I would like to put that line in the sand because it seems like there was some, you know, this is a recommendation. It's not a, you know, so I would like to recommend to staff to consider this. So that is the way I'd like to phrase it. And I want to keep that 100 number in there because I think that it does capture some amount of potential consensus. And then if there's some investigation that shows that there's some areas where this isn't going to work, then we can address that then.
Okay, first cut. I think it's better to do it right than to do it fast. And so if we have to do a second iteration after this, you know, next time around, that's the way it goes. But yeah. I just look at my neighborhood with the Eichlers. We have 20-foot setbacks. There's all the poles. We would be hard pressed to even go up to 25, I think. And so now our neighborhood would not have any cells at all, and that's not a good thing. So I don't know how we can squeeze in 100. I'd be curious, but this would be a good exercise to see, well, where would that 100 if we were to do 100, where would the poles end up being?
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm a little bit concerned about whether this is legal, and I'd love to hear before we vote if there's a legal opinion about this. And two, I'd love to hear from staff, because I thought we already investigated this pretty thoroughly, and I'm not sure about giving staff direction to go back and investigate again if they've already done it. So I just wanted clarity on that, because I would love to support Commissioner Chang, but I want to just make sure that I understand those two things first. Is that all right? Can we get input from staff?
Certainly, and I'll invite Ms. Karish if she wants to share about kind of some and the legal challenges, but first maybe kind of overall would say, you know, certainly we can look at distances and explore and kind of, you know, for some commissioners who maybe weren't here, kind of, you know, look at some of those radii and kind of see what would result. So I think it is analysis we've done a little bit of, and we can revive. But certainly at a certain point, if you're precluding coverage, which I think is what Commissioner Rectal is getting to, we certainly run into issues. And so, you know, having a distance that on paper looks good, but then you have to say, well, you know, we need to put a pole there, put service there anyways, could perhaps be the wrong message to the public that thinks, oh, something can't be here, but really in order to provide coverage, it needs to be located there. So Ms. Karish, if you could maybe put a little bit more eloquence on that, that would be helpful.
Certainly, I'll try. I can't give you a clear, like an unambiguous yes or no, 100 feet is legal or illegal. And the reason for that is when it depends on the analysis of what that leaves available. So typically, if a carrier were to challenge your design standards, your ordinance and design standards as a whole, sort of a facial challenge that you know, we just can't you know, put our facilities anywhere in your city. They would look at the cumulative impact of all of your design and location standards. That's one approach, but one standard on its own may also just be not feasible or reasonable. And the only way to really know that is to do an analysis of what's the impact of that requirement or that potential requirement. So it's you know, having a separation requirement or having you know, these sorts of aesthetic conditions or requirements on their face, you can have them, but until you know the impact, we can't really say for certain.
Thank you, Ms. Karish. Assistant Director Tanner, I think I saw a diagram like that presented at council by Director Late. Do you recall if that was the 100 feet, like if we've done that analysis already?
I would not want to guess. I don't know, Sheldon, if you recall what was in the diagram that was presented. We would have to maybe go back and look.
Yeah, I think my understanding is we've shown 20 feet, and then I think we showed 100 feet.
Right, that's what I was thinking too. I thought we had the 100 feet. So, okay, well, if we haven't seen it here and it was only shown at council, then I'm inclined to support the motion from Commissioner Chang. But I think, you know, just echoing Commissioner Rectal's concerns that, you know, we might not like what we're going to see when we review that diagram, because if I'm recalling it correctly, it was too exclusive per staff's recommendation. It was too exclusive to be useful. So thank you.
Lowy.
Commissioner Rectal's point is extremely well taken, but I think the direction of the motion here is that we want to see if we can get beyond 20. And, you know, the farther away we can get, there may be some health risks and there's a lot of community concern. So let's try to do that. I would expect that if they come back and say, no, it's not going to be no, it's going to be no, but 40 will work or 50 will work, or there might be certain areas, you know. So I think that we could get an answer back from staff that's not just no, we have to stay with 20. So I would strongly support the motion with the amendment.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. Yeah, yes, Commissioner Lowing, I agree. I just didn't want to rehash and keep going in an endless loop if we've already reviewed this material. That's kind of where I was going. So,
and it may be available, so we can just get handed the materials. That'd be great.
Exactly. Yeah. So in that case, let's just go with it. Thanks.
Other commissioners on the motion, then I will just chime in that I could not have supported the original motion to set a new number in the absence of information. I think this is with the friendly amendment, this is absolutely the right way to go. Let's find out if there's a better number than 20 that would, still provide service to the citizens of Palo Alto. So I will be supporting the motion. Ms. Klacheva, can we have a roll call vote on this first motion?
Yes. Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
Chair Hackman.
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing.
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal.
Yes.
Vice Chair Ruperbar.
Yes.
Commissioner Suma.
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Commissioners, next motion. Commissioner Lowing.
Yeah, I want to try to get a couple of concepts packaged into a concise motion. And I'll ask your help here, Commissioner Heckman. I think your idea of looking at acceptable sort of expansion of alternatives in the box, as you call it, has some merit. But I also think that should be coupled with a process for more quickly resolving those exceptions that are there. So I would like to make the motion that staff come up with a proposal to expand the acceptable alternatives for acceptable passage and to create a new process for exception resolution. And so that I don't want to be too general, but I don't want to be too specific and constrain what staff might come back with. And I'm trying to capture both aspects of what you suggested, Commissioner Heckman, as well as we have to streamline the way this thing goes through processes to get done if there are exceptions.
Commissioner Suma.
On mute.
I was wondering if you were talking about the exception versus, I'm not sure what your motion is getting at, so maybe you can explain it.
Well, as Commissioner Heckman was describing, it may be the problem is that we're not validly considering a number of alternatives that would be acceptable and wouldn't be exceptions. So in other words, slightly broaden what's acceptable. You can't go too far on that, or you can do anything you want, and that's not what we want for the citizens.
So is this getting to the idea that a couple of our colleagues talked about, instead of having all exceptions, having weighted preferences?
Yeah, it's all an idea. I mean, that's why I'm asking for Commissioner Heckman to help with that, and I definitely see some frowns that suggest he agrees with me on the wording. But I'm trying to. Maybe we need to decouple them. But I'm trying to say that we could look at expanding it, and we also have to look at a simpler, streamlined way to deal with exceptions than how we're doing it right now, as it's described. But based on comments, if we need to separate them, we can.
Commissioner Suma, your hand is still up. Did you want to say something else?
Nope.
Okay. So let me, since Commissioner Lowing, you're referring to some comments I made, let me try to clarify. The two issues that you're talking about that I brought up are kind of distinct. There may be a way to couple them, but I'm not immediately seeing it. The simpler issue is we have an ordinance that requires an alternatives analysis And I would like to see more meat on the bone. So a better explanation somewhere in our materials of how many alternative sites they have to turn in to satisfy the alternative. And if you're going to quantify a number, what's the criteria? Because what we don't want is we don't want the industry picking sites that clearly won't work so they can say, hey, you have to give me this one because, you know, I showed you 4 sites and they're all terrible. So we need some criteria to guide them to pick like really the best alternative sites and how many there are. So that was one concept I had. It's in the alternatives analysis. The other idea where I was talking about the box, that's raising the question of what applications can be turned in that won't require any exceptions, that meet all of the criteria without deviating, because every time you deviate from the set criteria, that's an exception. So I was suggesting that we investigate either expanding the box or looking at this, I keep forgetting what they called it, the preference system with preferences ranked. And I didn't have okay, go ahead.
I'm convinced we should decouple them.
Okay.
I think I'll make it clear. So that's why I was looking to you for your thoughts on that.
Which one do you want to take first, Commissioner Lau?
Let's just take yours. I'll just withdraw and you make yours first.
Okay. Let's start with the alternatives concept. I will move that the staff draft revisions to the ordinance or the supplemental materials that better define the alternative analysis as referred to in the WCF application requirements. I think it's points 12 and 13. I'm not looking at it. Let's see.
It is.
Yeah, 11 and 12. 11 and 12. To identify, to quantify the number of alternative sites required to satisfy the alternatives analysis requirement, and to provide guidance in the selection of those alternative sites, so that we get the alternative sites that would that best serve the interests of the citizens of Palo Alto, both in terms of receiving cell coverage and protection of their aesthetic environment. That would be the first motion. Is there a second to that motion? Commissioner Lowen, your hand is up. You're muted.
Yes, second.
Your hand is up. You're muted now. You're muted.
You're muted.
Commissioner Suma, you're muted.
Okay, I just want to verify with staff, and you brought this up before, Chair Heckman, that unless that direction, that more specific direction about this issue was contained in another document, like the checklist or those other application materials, I just want to make sure it's not already there in a different place. Because then you would probably maybe just want to incorporate it into the ordinance as a reference.
Is there an existing upper bound in terms of how many how many alternatives must be analyzed? I do not believe that we have that description.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So I think I've described adequately the motion. Any discussion from commissioners on this motion? Commissioner Suma? Oh.
Oh.
Your hands went up and down. Okay. All right. Ms. Klacheva, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
Chair Hackman.
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing.
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal.
Yes.
Vice Chair Rupervar.
Yes.
Commissioner Suma.
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, everyone. Is there a commissioner that wants to make a motion, or should I try to tackle the exceptions issue next? Okay, I don't see any hands, so let me try that motion, and I'll preface it by saying I think this motion has to be similar to what we did on the distance motion, because we just don't have enough information to direct staff how to go about this. So I think the motion I'm going to make is really for them to investigate. So I will move that staff investigate revising the wireless ordinance to either expand the range of applications that can reasonably be expected to be processed without the need for any exceptions, or alternatively to consider moving to a preference system with preferences ranked. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Vice Chair Rupervar. Any questions or discussion on that motion? I'm seeing no hands. Ms. Klacheva, will you conduct a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Chang.
Sorry, I'm still thinking. Yes.
Thank you. Chair Hackman.
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing.
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal.
Yes.
Vice Chair Rupervar.
Yes.
Commissioner Suma.
No.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. Commissioner Suma, would you like to speak to your no vote?
Sorry. In broad terms, the first clause, making the box bigger, I think could disastrously result in us giving away too much of our discretion in the areas of aesthetics and location. My goal is not to make it hard for the wireless technology, but my goal is to maintain what little power we have over the situation of how these things look and where they go. So I couldn't support it for that reason.
Commissioner Lowing, and then Keith, if you want to be next, Commissioner Rekdal, you can. Commissioner Lowing. Nope.
Oh.
Commissioner Rekdal.
Okay. To follow up on Commissioner.
You're muted.
Oh, sorry. To follow up on Commissioner Suma's complaint about the exceptions, it'd be very useful for me to know what exceptions we have in the past. And then they said they had 7 exceptions. What were they? And that would give us some insight into what we could simplify. And is it something that we can make the box bigger, or is it aesthetic stuff that we can't make the box bigger? And so any historical data of exceptions would be very useful.
All right, so I think Commissioner Rekdal, you've just sort of added some color to the approved motion, which is appreciated. Let's move to other motions. I will note, based on my notes from our commission discussion, a couple items that one or commissioners might want to make a motion on. First is the referral issue, which I think staff would appreciate somebody making a motion on. And then there are other possibility is the noise level. That was discussed by a number of commissioners, and maybe somebody wants to make a motion on that. Commissioner Rectal.
My hand is still up.
Yeah, do you not want it to be? Okay. Commissioner Suma. You're muted.
I know. I'm sorry. It's late, getting late. I was hoping it wouldn't be this late tonight. I have a question for staff. I could be wrong, but I believe our current noise ordinance, which is 9.10.030, I think, describes the legal decibel level a little bit differently than the way it was stated. I believe it's a number of decibels above ambient and in residential areas, which is not 60. It might be 60 some places. And I would also like to offer, because of where I live in College Terrace and being involved in my neighborhood association for years, one of the complaints we had to help neighbors with a lot were noise complaints from the research park for people who live right there. And it was always kind of a funny situation, because once there was a unwanted noise producing device added, that became ambient. So I don't know how we want to approach this tonight. If we want to find a decibel level, I'm not sure that 60 is the right one, but I know that 60 is not really the way it's described in our code, unless I'm thinking of an old version of the code or something. But so maybe we need clarification.
I think, Commissioner Sumi, you're correct in terms of the code section you referenced does indicate it's really based on the ambient sound in that area. So it's decibels above the ambient, which does vary. But then we also have the comp plan that does indicate kind of a maximum decibel level. That's the goal across the city. So there's kind of that kind of as well. I think if you wanted to make a motion regarding sound, it could be that similar to the motion regarding distance, that there's something less that we want to look at, and staff can investigate and return with some options that are less than 60 perhaps, which is kind of described in our comp plan as like this max. Maybe we want the cells to be lower than that maximum. That's kind of overall.
Okay.
Commissioner Suma, if you look on packet page 104, the footnote at the bottom of the page, this is what Mr. Ossing was referring to, but I think he kind of, he didn't read the whole thing. He just kind of short-sighted it to only talk about that 60 number. But I think that your memory of what you had seen is consistent with, it looks consistent with this, because it's not just 60, it's 60 or an increase of 5.0. And then in the residential areas, the second sentence is 60 or an increase of by 3 dB or more. So maybe is that more in line what your memory was?
No, and I don't have to rely on my memory because I just looked it up also.
Okay.
But I looked it up because of relying on my memory. So this doesn't, I don't know if this, maybe Mr. Ossing knows, maybe this is, I don't recognize this language from the comp plan or I'm just saying, I think that 60 might be too high in some areas where the ambient is much lower than that. So I'm not sure how to capture that in a motion right now, but I can try. So direct staff to look at noise levels that reflect I'm not writing this down, I'm just saying it. So if somebody wants me to repeat it, they should write it down. Direct staff to look at noise restrictions that investigate the Santa Clara County levels that are 45 and 55 respectively day to night, and also compare to the existing noise ordinance in our code and the proposed 60 decibel level in the staff report. Does that kind of get at it?
That is helpful for staff. We can work with that motion
Okay.
if it is adopted.
And if I have a second, I'd like to make a couple comments.
Second, then I second that.
Okay.
Okay,
So
seconds. Commissioner Suma, back to you.
yeah, so I think this is a great opportunity to get something right, which is decibel level in this town, which is has been a consistent problem in my observation over and over again. And maybe if we get this right, we can apply that same sort of standard more broadly to the rest of the city. It's also very, very hard to get any enforcement of this decibel levels. So I just wanted to mention that. But let's just, I just want to make the observation.
Chang, do you want to speak to your second?
Sure. I just think this whole area needs more investigation, since it does seem that surrounding areas have lower limits. And I think that our residents deserve what is the best they can get on this.
All right. Commissioners, discussion on the motion. I see Commissioner Reckdahl's hand up.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very strange requirement, because if your ambient is 59.9 dB, you can't make any noise. It's really strangely written. So I think it's flawed to begin with, but I think if investigation of better ways of doing it would be a good thing.
Other commissioner comments on the motion? Commissioner Suma, your hand is still up. I think that's a ghost, isn't it? Yeah. All right. I'm supportive of the idea of investigating better noise standards for Palo Alto, for the wireless equipment and every other noise source. So I'll be supporting the motion. I'm not seeing any other hands.
Can I have a friendly amendment and have staff evaluate the Massachusetts octave, or I guess if they call it pure tone? Because again, if you have white noise, it's not nearly as annoying as if you have just a whiny tone coming out of some device. That's really annoying. So I would like staff to take a look at what Massachusetts, and I can send a link to what Massachusetts did and evaluate whether the staff thinks that's a good thing to do or not.
I'll accept that, even though I don't get the concept exactly, but you don't explain it to me now.
Okay, well, I'll tell you someday over drinks, I'll explain.
The maker of the motion accepts the friendly amendment. As the seconder of the motion, accept the friendly amendment?
Yes.
All right. Any further discussion by commissioners on the motion to investigate as amended by the friendly amendment? I'm seeing no hands other than Commissioner Reckdahl, so he just hasn't put it down yet. So Ms. Klucheva, will you conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
Chair Heckman.
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing.
Yes.
Commissioner Reckdahl.
Yes.
Vice Chair Ruparvar.
Yes.
Commissioner Suma.
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. So is there a commissioner who is willing to take a stab at a motion regarding the referral issue that staff specifically asked us to opine on? Commissioner Lowing, I see your hand up. You're muted. Still muted.
I wanted to be prompt.
Yeah, thank you.
When you called on me. Yeah, and again, I'm gonna try something that's not too prescriptive relative to how staff comes back with it, but the idea is to evaluate the process for decision-making on referrals to ARB or PTC. And I personally am not that strong on PTC, but I think that could be at the director's discretion, and some of my colleagues want that. So what I'm trying to get to with this is that can decide not only where to refer it, but what should be the process. I mean, if something goes to ARB, is the director doing that just to get their opinion, and then he's still going to make the decision, and then it goes to council? I'm again looking for ways that maybe we could speed this thing up. to get to closure. So that's the intent of the motion. So evaluate the process for decision-making on referrals to ARB or PTC with respect to the Tier 2 WCF.
And it sounded, Commissioner Long, just to make sure staff understand if the motion is supported, efficiency in that process is part of what you would be seeking for us to weigh.
Yeah, so I'm happy to say the director can refer it to either of these two commissions, but I'm even more interested in figuring out if there's a way that we can accelerate the decision process, i.e. have it decided by ARB and go straight to council or something like that. So it's not going back and forth between the director and ARB and then get to council and all that.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second of that motion?
I'll second it.
I'll second. Yeah, go ahead.
So thank you.
So as I say, I'm trying to keep it conceptual so that staff can tell us what they really need to do there, but try to get more efficiency.
Commissioner Rechtel, do you want to speak to your second?
Yeah. One of my concerns is that ARB, are they monthly or are they bi-monthly? But PTC is bi-monthly. And
both bodies meet twice a month.
Okay. Or I guess, I'm sorry, that'd be semi-monthly. I'm concerned about just the delay, even if it takes 2 weeks to get to the next meeting and we have a shot clock going on. And so I wonder if having the ability to go directly to council might help it, but have staff evaluate this and see if they think that's, because if you're running low, you don't want to waste 2 weeks waiting for the next ARB meeting. But I understand and agree with your proposal, except for that. That's my only reservation.
I don't think what you're suggesting there would be precluded because it's at sole discretion that the director sends it to one of those two. So if he doesn't want to send it to one of those two and wants to approve it, then it can go right to council. As I understand what's being discussed here.
Okay, so this is pretty open-ended. We're just saying, staff, you tell us what to do. What do you think would be a good process?
I mean, it's not even, there's no examples here of when the director chooses to go to ARB right now. So we don't have 5 or 6 examples of that. And I presume he doesn't have to do that. So if he thinks it's too urgent to get an opinion from ARB, then he can just make the decision.
All right, let's take discussion on the motion, starting with Commissioner Suma.
So does this, I'm trying to find the place where this is in the proposed ordinance. Does this include the director's ability to overrule the ARB? I'm trying to find it. Perhaps someone can help me and tell me what packet page this is in the ordinance.
Sure. Yeah, we're looking at I believe packet page 81. That's towards the top there. It's actually number 1, where it says a tier 2 WC.
So does this contain language about the director having sole discretion over appeals also in this section? Yes, right? Number 3, director or counsel on appeal. Oh no, that's not it. Okay. I just thought I had.
What are you looking for, Commissioner Suma?
I am looking for a process that I thought gave sole discretion to the director to overrule the board's recommendation. And I was wondering, and maybe I read this wrong, but I was wondering why we would give well, first, am I reading that wrong? If the ARB makes a recommendation, does the director have sole authority to appeal it? I mean, to reverse it, overrule it?
Sheldon, do you know if that's how that's currently written? At present.
Yeah, currently it's written only as a referral to the ARB. There's no additional language that identifies whether the director can, overrule that decision, though I don't believe we necessarily have that language written down even for our standard processes. I think it may be a little bit more inherent that the director can either agree or disagree, though in reality it's 99% chance that the director is going to agree, not go against the direction.
Right. I think maybe what Garrett's getting at is that inherent in the ARB decisions is that they are a recommending body.
Yes.
Is set up in our system. So they don't have final decisions to make.
No, I understand that, but I was wondering if that, and maybe this is just standard, but I was wondering if that would incentivize appeals, which can get, can really take up a lot of time.
Yes, and I think that kind of gets maybe to Commissioner Rekdal's point around kind of and Commissioner Long, how do we balance the shot clock that's kind of up against us? And so that kind of says, okay, and this is what we can kind of get into maybe in more detail when we come back, is if you do have the ARB make a recommendation, then it gets appealed, then it goes to City Council. And so you kind of have that, one could say, well, just take it to City Council and have them make a decision. That could not be great either because of other reasons, but if it ends up there eventually, should be cut to the chase. So that's kind of part of the balancing act of figuring out the best process.
Okay, thank you.
Allowing your hand is up. It's the lateness of the hour. People are forgetting that their hands are up. Commissioner Chang. Nope.
No, it is. It's up. I was just taking it down so I didn't forget to say it. So my concern is that this is so general that it might, I mean, I'm willing to go with it, but I guess I wanted to voice that I think we might want to have some prescription as to when it would be that a referral needs to be made. In terms of whether it goes to the PTC versus the ARB, I don't have a preference there. In fact, I think in general, it would be fine if things went to the ARB, provided that I get comfort around certain other things like the distance from a residence. So I'm okay with the general instructions, but I also wanted to voice these are my concerns. I think that there may be certain situations because we want to make sure that our residents feel good about being able to give feedback when they need to give feedback, that there may be a need to prescribe situations when something should be referred rather than completely leaving it to the discretion of the director. Thank you.
I totally agree. As the maker, that was part of what I was saying, is I'm not even clear why they're always the sole discretion of the director, or if they should be. That's exactly part of the issue. Is it's too general right now. I just want staff to come up with the ideas, not us tonight, live. So I totally agree with that. Totally.
One thing I can offer commissioners is we do hear you tonight, and so even if every aspect isn't captured in the motion, we are capturing the sentiment of what you all are trying to achieve in these topic areas.
We have a motion, a seconded motion on the floor. Other commissioners have comments on that motion. I'll provide mine then. I don't see any other hands. This discussion actually caused by this motion has been very helpful to me. And I'm looking at packet page 81. And this is subpart I, number 1, top of the page. And I think actually what the revision staff has proposed here, as I try to think through the various iterations and possibilities, I actually think this works pretty well. And it's because of the shot clock that I think that this kind of structure is necessary, because we don't know how many days into the shot clock it's going to take to get to the director. And so once he gets that, now he's going to make a decision, but he may think, you know, I have design issues that I really want to get the ARB to weigh in on if there's time, or I have a location issue that I want the PTC to weigh in on if there's time. But if there's not time, I'm just going to have to do my best as the director of planning for the city of Palo Alto. And so I think the language that's written here, I think it's important that the director have that discretion, because the worst case scenario here is we miss the shot clock. And my understanding is when you do that, the application is deemed approved. And I don't think that that's the result we want here. So I like this discretion to basically handle each application as it's needed. And while I appreciate and agree with Commissioner Chang about the importance of neighbors being able to weigh in, I think that the safeguard here in a situation where, for whatever reason, the director does not refer, so that there can be a public process and comment period, is that ability to appeal to the city council. And so that's the kind of the fail safe to make sure that the residents are heard. So I actually like the way this is done, and don't feel the need to support the motion and investigate or evaluate doing it a different way. Commissioner Lowing.
Yes, I just want to say that what's missing there, Commissioner Heckman, is what happens after it's referred to ARB. So that's the part that I'd like to see clarified.
Yeah, and I think, again, this is the lawyer training. What I see is after that sentence to ARB and or the commission, then it refers to the director's decision. So what's missing there is what's implicit, as Ms. Tanner mentioned, is the ARB and the PTC are only referral bodies. And that, whether we're going up to council or down to the director, no offense to the director with that direction. If your motion is intended to get at the idea of clarifying that point, then I am supportive of that, because I think you could add a sentence that basically says, once it goes to ARB or PTC, if it does, then it's coming back to the director who makes the decision.
They might choose that, or they might say it can go straight to council, because at council, the director could still say, now that I've heard the opinion, I don't agree with it. So that's what I'm asking them to write for our clarification. So that's exactly it. It's a clarification of what happens to it after it goes to either of the boards.
I understand. I appreciate the clarification by you, and I now support your motion. I think clearly this is something that could be clarified in the language. All right, other commissioner comments on this motion? Staff, is the motion clear to you? Clear enough to work with?
Yes.
Yep, I'm seeing, okay. Sheva, can we have a roll call?
I'm sorry, if I could just interrupt, there was another piece there that I'm not sure if you are dropping now or not, and that was the direct referrals to the city council. I think that was in the staff report. Staff can correct me if I'm interrupting at this late hour and misremembering.
I think part of the, go ahead, Sheldon.
No, I was saying yes. I think that should be part of the motion, is whether or not the director can refer directly to the council.
I think I understood Commissioner Lowing's a motion to have staff to think about that and include that as part of what we bring back, when it's going to ARB or PTC, and then the council's role as well. That's how I understood that.
I'm just trying to get, I wish he was here tonight. We could ask Director Late what would be the best process. And I'm just trying to figure out what's the best process there. And then whatever happens there, it gets done fast because of the shot clock issue. So yeah, I would be perfectly happy from my motion standpoint if that were included, but you guys tell us what you want.
What is staff's recommendation on this issue? There was some talk about that in the staff report, but it was asked more of a question. Do you, Commission, think, there should be a possible referral to PTC? Do you, Commission, think there should be a possible direct referral to council? Does staff have a recommendation, a preferred course on how they've thought through this and think it'll work most smoothly?
Sheldon, I'll invite you to make some comments. I think that it is, time is our enemy in this decision. And so I think ideally we'd want it to follow a process that's similar to our other decisions where it does go to one of our boards or commissions and then, could be appealed to council if needed. Often these are appealed because they can be controversial. And so it's how do we have enough time for that? Are there times when either it's when we can't have the director just make the decision and have that, either be appealed or go directly to council? And so I think we're trying to strike that balance. And, our ideal process just generally for other projects is referral body council. We may not have the time to do that. And so that's kind of put us in a little bit of this quandary. I think additionally, Director Late, has this ability to make this decision, but it can feel a little bit like being out on a limb. And so being able to get the feedback from either the referral body or to have the council weigh in certainly can be very helpful in really making these types of decisions. So Sheldon, that doesn't help. So I guess I would say we do need some more time to think about it, but Sheldon, I don't know if you have a specific preference that you have thought about.
Yeah, I think if we get the most flexibility, that would be helpful. So I think if going to the council, having that ability to go there would be good to consider.
So if I can understand that, is the thought that there might be in a situation where the director would refer it to the council, and then when that happened, would the council make a decision, or would they weigh in on a particular issue and send it back to the director?
I believe they would make it. I believe the council would make a decision.
Right, it would be to make a decision.
So in that situation, you're collapsing the process. There's no decision and appeal. There's only a decision.
That's right.
All right. And that's comfortable with that?
I think we're comfortable with it. I think there are, again, I think, not to speak for the council members, I don't know their mind. They might say, well, I want to have the opinion of our boards and commissions, and they do rely on the boards and commissions, and then it gets back to the time. So that's kind of the circular kind of quandary that we need to noodle a bit more.
Would it be best to make a motion for you to noodle a bit more?
I feel that that's kind of what we've gotten in the motion, with the direction to kind of be mindful of the need for efficiency and to kind of balance that with the decision of where to refer. I don't know, Sheldon, if that sounds okay to you.
Yeah, maybe the motion starts off with evaluate. So I think we understand that.
All right, Commissioner Lowing, you made the motion. You still comfortable with it? It captures your intent? And
yeah, exactly.
All right, and it was a while ago, so I can't remember who seconded it, but whoever it was, you're okay?
Commissioner Regdal seconded.
Yep. I'm
okay. Any further discussion? Ms. Klacheva, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Chang. Yes. Chair Heckman.
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing.
Yes.
Commissioner Regdal.
Yes.
Vice Chair Rupervar.
Yes.
Commissioner Suma.
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
motion carries 7-0.
So to conclude this item, we're going to need a procedural motion, but before I do that, I want to find out if there are any more substantive motions on, further work for staff. Commissioner Recto.
Yes, I do have one here. When we remodeled, our contractor did all the work, but the city didn't trust him, right? And they sent their own inspectors in and they found stuff. And so it was value added. And so I think in this case, if there's quite often some analysis here that they do and hand off, the applicant does and hands off to the city. And I think we should use that as a chance to add value. And so my motion is staff may at applicant's expense hire technical experts to evaluate the analysis described on packet page 63, number 13, packet page 78, number 7, and packet page 83, number 3. And so the staff, if they want to get help, they can get help. They don't have to kind of guess if they don't understand exactly what's going on.
All right. So we have a motion. I see one hand. Commissioner Chang, do you have a second?
I have a question before I feel like it's already covered in the draft ordinance on page 80.
Yeah, at least regarding the radio frequency engineer, which is on item 7 on page 78. If you go over to 80, item GB, that is one of the things that the independent expert can be hired to study. Your other references went by too quickly.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me go through it. Okay. 63, packet page 63, number 13. Maybe we should just go one by one.
Yeah.
And see if people have comments about that. Packet page 63, number 13.
Oh, okay, which is also within the ordinance. It's on packet page 79.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. The applicant's assertion of feasibility and infeasibility, right?
Yep, exactly.
That's the one you're pointing to?
Yep. And I think that's really critical because if the applicant says it's not possible, we may not have the expertise to say, no, it is possible. We're not RF designers here.
And perhaps if commissioners are supportive of this motion, it to me indicates that there's support for this. And so we would, of course, keep that in their ordinance, or if there's modifications, that's kind of maybe what I'm hearing.
So I'll second Commissioner Rekdal's motion because some of it's already in and it sounds like he's adding some to it. So I'm going to second that.
And if I might, just to point out the introductory language in that section that's talking about the independent expert. It says that retain an expert to review technical aspects, which may include but are not limited to the following matters. So this is an illustrative list. It's not an exhaustive list.
I was also noticing that, and that item 1A under that is the accuracy, adequacy, and completeness of application materials, which would include the materials submitted under item 13. So,
okay, so you're saying that item 13 is already covered.
Right, within the breadth of, I mean, the language that Ms. Karish just read, is very broad. It gives the city the ability to go get an independent expert over, anything related to the technical aspects of the application.
Okay, then I can withdraw this if it's already covered. I just want to give the city the opportunity to hire experts if they need it. But
But
it
I
sounds
think
like
the point is that we like it. And so that's good feedback.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So motion withdrawn.
withdrawn. Yep.
All right. Thank you. I see Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to appreciate that we have spent 3.5 hours on this topic, and as excited as we might be about wireless ordinance and tones and beauty and all of the things that we know and love, I would suggest that we're kind of nickel and diming it at this point, and maybe we've provided the majority of our feedback, and just wanted to throw that out there. You know, on the one hand, we've made a few motions that have clarified our position, but we've also made a lot of remarks that I think I heard Assistant Director Tanner say that she has incorporated in her takeaway from this discussion. So is it, Chair, you said you needed a motion or something formal to close this discussion?
Yeah.
What did you have in mind?
Well, I think the form of the motion would be to staff take the actions described in the series of motions just passed and bring this back to us for our review at a date uncertain.
Okay, I would like to move that staff take our motions and our anything pertinent from our conversations and come back to us at a date uncertain. Did I capture it all? Oh, your mic is down, but
hear me?
Thank you, Commissioner Chang.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I don't see any hands I don't see any hands. Ms. Klacheva, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
Chair Hackman.
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing.
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal.
Yes.
Vice Chair Rupervar.
Yes.
Commissioner Suma.
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, and thank you to the members of the public who stayed present for the entirety of that discussion. We've got a couple more things to do tonight, but I'd like to suggest a 5-minute break. I, for one, have to relocate from one place to another to accommodate family members. So I've got 11:31. Let's try to come back in 5 minutes, 11:36. All right, I think as soon as Vice Chair Rupervar is back, we can resume. Let's see. All right, we're all back, and so let's move forward to committee items. Commissioners, any of you have committee items to report on? All right, seeing no hands, we will move to election of chair and vice chair. So the process here, as I understand it, is I'll open the floor for nominations. Any commissioner can be nominated. There needs to be a second. My understanding is the nominee can second the nomination. Is that correct, Mr. Yang? We'll come back to that.
Yeah, yes, and they can
Yes.
also nominate themselves.
Yes,
Right.
that's correct. Sorry.
Yeah, we've
Okay. After all of the, after the nomination and second, then if the nominee did not either make the motion or second, then they're asked whether they will accept the nomination. And after we go through that process and get however many nominations we get, if there's more than one, then there is a public comment period before we vote. So that's the process to elect the chair, and then that process is repeated by the new chair to elect the vice chair. So I will open the floor to nominations. Commissioner Chang.
I would like to nominate Commissioner Lowing for the position of chair.
Second of that nomination, Commissioner Suma.
I'll second that.
Allowing, you have been nominated and seconded for the position of chair. Are you willing to serve if elected?
Yes, I am.
Right. Commissioner Templeton. You're muted.
Thank you. I was going to nominate Commissioner Chang, but I'm gathering by her nomination of Commissioner Lowing that she might not be interested. I see her shaking her head, but I wanted to do you the honor of just letting you know that you've done a great job and you would be great in this role. I hope you'll consider it in the future.
Thank you very much, but very kind of you, but I'd like to decline. I don't think I have the time for it for one right now, just yet. And I want to kind of see how this all works for another year, at least. Like a full year would be good.
All right. Commissioners, do we have any other nominations that any of you would like to make? I'm not seeing any hands, so I'm going to close the nominations and move us to public comment. Please raise your hand. I see we have 5 people still in attendance. Raise your hand if you wish to speak. On the Zoom app, there's a raise hand button on the bottom of your screen. If you're dialing in from a phone, press *9. Ms. Klicheva, are there any public speakers for this item?
Yes, our first speaker is Winter.
Yes, Winter Dellenbach. I strongly support the nomination of Ed Lowing, who has been chair before and did so very ably. You know, the bottom line for being chair is actually being able to run a meeting, to be able to do it efficiently, to not talk too much as chair. Being chair isn't all about being chair, making a big deal about it. It's being able to facilitate other members of the commission to help them do what they need to do and to speak last. Usually it's not an ego trip, and Ed doesn't make it that. He does just exactly what a good chair does, and keeps things organized, keeps things moving along. And then as a commissioner, because you do double duty, obviously, as a chair. You're both a chair and a commissioner. As a commissioner, of course, as everybody knows, he's very smart. He's very bright at this point, because he's been on the commission for a while, and before, of course, served on the Parks and Recreation Commission. He knows what a commissioner does. He knows the role of a commissioner. And on the Parks and on the PTC, he knows now about zoning law, land use. he's very conversant with that landscape, and he's civil, he's pleasant, and that's very much appreciated by the public. Unlike a very recent past commissioner that has left the commission in the last couple of weeks, he does not condescend. He's respectful to all commissioners, and he's respectful to the public. And so I very much support Commissioner Lowing in becoming chair of the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Sylvester.
Good evening, commissioners. I'd like to endorse Commissioner Lowing for chair of the PTC, and I second Winter Dellenbach's support for Commissioner Lowing. I think he is a tremendous candidate for the chair position. He brings a wealth of experience to this role with Parks and Rec, with Palo Alto Little League, the Urban Ministry, co-chair of the Housing Working Element. He knows how to work in collaboration with groups, as well as has the ability to take independent responsibility for his work. He has played a vital role with the comprehensive plan, as well as the city's zoning code. I find Ed to be highly experienced in the range of both business and community affairs. He's open to diverse points of view, fair-minded, an independent thinker, and he's not beholden to any special interests. He can read between the line and ask probing questions. He and I may not always agree on every issue, but I feel like he gives me a fair hearing about my concern, myself and other community members. I just feel he's an excellent leader. He's data-driven, outcome-oriented, but always mindful of the process at hand. So that's, in sum, my support for Ed tonight.
Thank you. Chair Heckman, we don't have any raised hands.
Right, then I'd like to thank our public speakers tonight, and I think it's a real testament to the impression that Commissioner Lowing has given to the members of the Palo Alto community, that we have members of that community who are willing to stay up till nearly midnight to tell us what we as commissioners know, that you're highly qualified for the nomination you've received. I'll be supporting the nomination. Are there any other commissioners who want to speak before we conduct the roll call vote? Commissioner Chang.
So I just wanted to speak to my nomination, which is that, as somebody noted earlier today, we have two commissioners who are the most senior here, and the reason I respect them both completely, but the reason I wanted to nominate Commissioner Lowing for this is because he's done, because of his experience chairing the PTC in the past, as well as extensive experience with Parks and Rec, and also with kind of this phenomenal housing element effort. And I also always appreciate his efforts to kind of help manage the process of our PTC meetings in the last few months that I've been on the commission. Thank you.
Commissioner Suma, do you want to speak to your second?
Well, I will, but very so briefly, even though one could go on and write a novel about Ed Lowing, I'll just say that he's a great guy to work with, serves the community very well, and I think we'd all enjoy having him as chair.
Vice Chair Rukovar.
I'll keep it brief. you know, again, Ed, I appreciate all your kindness and, you know, when I first joined and meeting at the party and your expertise and all the different viewpoints you bring, and I would be supportive.
All right, I'm seeing, oh, Commissioner Rectal. Yeah.
I'll keep it short. Ed was my first commissioner, or first chair. He was chair when I joined Parks and Rec. So I always will have a soft spot in my heart for him. But good luck.
Ms. Klicheva, can we have a roll call vote on our nomination for the new chair of the PTC?
Yes. Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
Chair Hackman.
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Rectal.
Yes.
Vice Chair Rupervar.
Yes.
Commissioner Suma.
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yep. Hello. Yes.
Thank you. So we have 6 ayes for this nomination.
Why only 6?
I don't think Commissioner Lowing can vote for himself, right?
I think he can.
Yeah,
Absolutely, he can.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Commissioner Lowing.
I'm still debating it,
A smart man.
but I'll go with yes.
Okay, sorry, apologize. Yeah, we have 7 ayes. Motion carries 7-0.
Congratulations, Chair Lowing. If we were together, I would have scrounged up a gavel and hand it to you. But I do that in spirit as you take over this agenda item.
Yeah, I just want to make a couple comments quickly before we go on to that agenda item. First of all, thanks for the complete support. Neither of the public speakers were my mother. And to Commissioner Suma's point, the novel would be very boring because you all know everything I do, which is sit in front of Zoom meetings after studying for 3 days on the packet. So, you know, business school should have been as hard as this, and I might not have graduated.
That leaves you 4 days to do other stuff.
Yeah, right. Right. That's where I do my committee, my housing element. But, you know, I think that it's just really not necessarily at midnight, but just the work we do is just so important, and the way that we all throw ourselves into it. So I'm glad to add value in any additional way I can by chairing the commission for this year. And I want to say, obviously, special thanks to Chair Heckman and Vice Chair Rupervar for their work this year, especially with the leadership part of getting through all of the technical challenges when public speakers go silent and commissioners go silent and chairs go silent or go dark. And actually, Commissioner Templeton, you had the same issues last year. And unfortunately, now I'm going to start having them. So I hope you are both available for consultation on how to get through that smoothly, because, you know, with like 1 or 2 glitches, it went really well. And, you know, I really love the staff support, great group, and you know, I think we've got great things going on. I will try as a campaign pledge to have fewer midnight meetings, but when the issues get like they were tonight, I support Commissioner Heckman's decision to plow forward with that. So the next item of agenda is to elect a vice chair for the coming year, and the process is the same, and so nominations are now open.
I'll nominate Commissioner Suma.
Okay. Commissioner Suma, is there a second? Go ahead. Commissioner Chang?
I'll second that.
Okay. And we will now revert to Commissioner Suma and say, are you willing to accept the job?
I am willing to accept. Thank you very much to the nominator and the seconder. Yeah.
Okay. Further nominations for vice chair? All right. Comments on the nomination from any of the commissioners, including maybe Mr. Reckdahl?
Yeah, I'll speak to my nomination. I did not know Doria till NDCAP, and that's where I first met Doria, and we spent many hours together. and I learned so much of zoning from Doria. She knows so much, and she's so such a hard worker and such attention to detail. That's what impressed me. If I asked her some piddly little question, she would know. So I was always impressed with her, and so I look forward to her being vice chair.
Others? Commissioner Ekman. Unmute.
All right, I have to get used to being part of the rank and file again, keeping myself on mute. I was trying to say I'm just looking forward to, I think, what promises to be a dynamic duo of leadership for the Planning Commission. I think Commissioner Suma, you're gonna do a great job. When Ed has to go talk to his mothers.
Commissioner Chang?
I just have to say that I really appreciate Commissioner Suma's attention to detail and her expertise. And thank you for answering questions when I have them.
Yeah, well, Commissioner Suma, the realization tonight is that we're now the senior members here, so we've got a load to carry on top of blending our management skills. So, but I think it's a great group. We're going to have a big workload, and we're going to get it all done. So, and yes, we will have a retreat, hopefully pretty early in the year this time. But first on to, I believe we have minutes to approve. Is that correct?
Can we take a vote?
Yeah.
So we need a public comment, I think, and a vote.
I'm sorry. I am getting sensitive to the 11:55 hour here, but yes, let's take a vote.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Templeton. Can you call the roll?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure we do the public comment first, if there is any.
Oh, there is. Okay.
Okay, so we have our first speaker is Winter.
Yeah, I don't want to miss a public comment on this. I have been waiting for years, to be able to welcome Doria Suma as a chair or vice chair of the PTC. I, for one, think it should have happened a long time ago and spoke out a long time ago on that as the most qualified person in a prior vote. Her knowledge and experience on relevant zoning law, land use, and whatever is unsurpassed on the PTC. She is a go-to person in this town. I happen to know people call her up and say, hey, Doria, what do you know about this? How does this work? How does this law work? What is this law? Can you explain this? She has deep knowledge about exactly the sort of stuff that comes up in PTC. Not that she knows everything, but if she doesn't know something, there's nobody that works harder than Commissioner Suma. And I am so pleased that it seems she will be vice chair tonight. And she and Commissioner, Chair Lowing will be teamed up on the PTC, because the whole commission will just be, will work well as a unit because of that. She has served Palo Alto for over 20 years in one capacity or another. Volunteer capacity has been called upon. She was on the Comprehensive Plan Citizens Committee. No small task. That was over a 2-year task. And of course, the NVCAP and PTC, the D tag before any of that. And finally, I really appreciate her attitude that she brings to meetings, her civility, her good humor, her dignity, which wasn't always, by the way, I'll be plain spoken, wasn't always easy. You know, I'm going to bring up again that a recent past commissioner, his ability to be condescending and even sexist toward the women on the commission was really terrible. And she was always maintained her dignity in light of that. And I just think she will be a fine vice chair. So congratulations, Commissioner Suma.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Sylvester.
Hello again, commissioners. I'd like to support Doria Suma for agreeing to run for vice chair of the PTC, and I sense that you're going to unanimously support her. She and Commissioner Lowing, as was said, will be a dynamic team to lead the PTC. They're both smart, capable, open-minded individuals with great leadership quality, and they really value the community and what the public has to say. So I highly endorse Doria for this role. She's one of those outstanding people in our community who serves because of her long-standing dedication to the welfare of Palo Alto. She's not doing it for any other ulterior motives. And she's consistently guided in her thought process and decisions by what's in the best interests of Palo Alto's community. To this analysis, she always brings a well-honed sense of ethics, which I highly respect because I often feel in public life that's sorely absent. She's thoughtful, open-minded, and very respectful of all members of the public, whether they have a different opinion from herself or not. And as Winter said, when it comes to the zoning code, land use law, Doria is the woman to go to. I know she's been remarkably helpful to me on a number of community issues. She's had many years of experience serving this community as leader in College Terrace neighborhood, on the comprehensive plan, on MVCAP. She's done extraordinary work, and I think she's unanimously respected by all those she works with. And I'd also like to say that Doria always keeps in mind when evaluating projects, as I said earlier, what's the impact on the community, our environment, our traffic, parking, infrastructure, and the overall quality of life for our residents. So I couldn't more heartily endorse Doria for this role. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Lowing, we don't have any raised hands.
Thank you. I also would like to thank these speakers that stayed so late to be a part of this transition. It's very much appreciated for your own community involvement. Okay, now we can vote. So would you take the roll, please?
Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman.
Yes.
Chair Lowing.
Yes.
Commissioner Regdal.
Yes.
Vice Chair Ruperbar.
Yes.
Commissioner Suma.
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Excellent. Okay. We will get after it. Like starting tomorrow to plan for the next meeting next week. So we need to talk, Rachel. About the planning for next week.
Tuesday at noon.
Yeah, okay. All right, Commissioner Chang, you have a hand up?
Yes, I just wanted to thank now Commissioner, but former Chair Heckman for all of his work, because I know that it's not easy to think about how to facilitate these meetings. And I think he just did a just phenomenal job facilitating and making sure that all of everybody's voices were heard. And I really appreciate that. And also to thank former Vice Chair Rupavar for her work.
Commissioner Suma?
Well, I want to thank all of you and the members of the public who I hope are already in bed asleep, and for your support. It really means a lot, and I think it will be a really good year. I think it's nice when we have unanimous elections too. And great thanks to, I'm going to thank Carrie again tonight and our outgoing chair and vice chair and Assistant Director Tanner. This ongoing Zoom thing and ongoing pandemic have been real challenges, and with very few glitches, it's worked really well. I mean, there's the obvious, I don't remember, I'm not muted, but it's worked out as well as it possibly could, I think. And I really appreciate, it'll be good to see you all in person one day. And I'm just looking forward to the next year. And I'm really touched by the kind words of also not my mother's, but I don't know. So I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Commissioner Templeton. Unmute. Unmute.
I thought I pressed it. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I wanted to say, to echo the sentiments of gratitude towards Commissioner Heckman. I think that as Chair Lowing and Vice Chair Suma alluded to, I'm in a unique position to appreciate how challenging it was to run these meetings over Zoom. And you did very, very well. And I hope that you will enjoy shifting back to the commissioner role and passing the baton to the capable hands of Chair Lowing and Vice Chair Suma. Congratulations to you both. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No other comments. So I do think we did have some minutes, didn't we? No, one of you says yes, one says no.
Well, we didn't have, I think we did have minutes. Let me just check.
Out.
It's not agendized.
Yeah, I didn't see it on the agenda, so I didn't know if we missed it there or what wasn't supposed to be sent out. So we can postpone that.
Yeah, let's do that next time.
Okay, and just a quick preview is it seems like we're having Castellea next time, and is that the only agenda item as far as you know? Okay.
Yes, Chair.
That's the plan, and then we'll get working in more detail. Any other comments, announcements?
Happy Thursday.
Yeah. The housing element meeting starts in a few hours if you guys.
I know, right? And I didn't say it before, but there's no city council on Monday. It's Martin Luther King Day, so there'll be no council meeting on Monday, but there will be a meeting on the 24th. We will have, I believe, some planning items there, but I don't think it's anything that's come to the commission. Well, I guess its objective standards will be there, at least a small fraction, but that's following council having taken up objective standards and it coming back to council again. So we'll keep you posted and remind the liaisons of that. But again, don't show up on Monday on Zoom because nobody will be there.
Okay, Commissioner Templeton?
Thanks. I was just wondering if we're going to review the schedule or revise the schedule. We don't have to do it tonight, but notice that there are snow breaks of any kind in 2022 already scheduled.
Yeah, if commissioners want to think about both, take a look at holidays that may be important to you. We'll take a look at holidays as well, and then think about, we did a summer recess last year. You know, one of my goals is to always make sure we are working hard because we have lots of work. And so you're not going to get a break from me unless you plan one. So just to keep that in mind.
Okay. If there are no other items, as Commissioner Rectal says, first of all, welcome to you. And then, you know, this isn't routine. We don't do this.
I hope not. I hope not.
But as you say, happy Thursday, and we'll see you next Wednesday. All right, we're adjourned.
Okay.
Good night.
Okay. Good night. Good morning.